Good morning, everyone, and welcome into Live Now from Fox. Thank you all so much for joining us on this Monday, December 12th, as we take this Live Now look from Washington, D.C. On the left side of your screen is a preview of the top stories that we do plan on covering during our 7 a.m. hour. We are paying very close attention to the weather forecast because we're following a severe coast-to-coast storm, which is likely to produce a mix of rain and snow, specifically throughout the Northeast. But again, it's impacting states across the country. So we'll check in with our Fox weather partners for the latest. At 12:40, we're following President Biden's schedule as he is attending a Toys for Tots event, bringing you all a little bit of holiday cheer on this Monday morning. And we are also paying very close attention to that independent review of the Uvalde shooting response, which is scheduled to be released today. But let's continue to bring you all the most recent updates from Capitol Hill with a possible government shutdown now just days away. Lawmakers on Capitol Hill may be making some progress, but the deadline comes at the end of the week. And as Doug Luzada reports from Washington this morning, two sides are still tens of billions of dollars apart. Let's listen in.
Well, Democrats have backed away from a threat to try to force through a spending bill today, but that doesn't mean this won't come right down to the deadline this week.
Once again, we are creeping up on Christmas here on Capitol Hill, and both sides have been digging in their heels.
Our input, our voice, the voice of now the majority of the people in the country after January 3rd has not been recognized.
Short-term extensions are just a temporary solution to the ongoing crisis we face.
It's the usual dynamics here. Democrats pressing for more spending, many Republicans arguing for a temporary deal to get them to next year when they take over the House. Senate Appropriations Chairman Patrick Leahy just put the brakes on a plan to try to jam through a Democratic proposal today, saying that the two sides made some progress over the weekend. And it's possible, if we get to Thursday this week, just on the verge of a partial government shutdown, both sides could agree to a stopgap deal to buy some time.
There's no appetite for a government shutdown, I'm told by people close to the talks. What you could see is a 1-week continuing resolution, in a sense, to continue funding the government at the current levels for a week so that they can continue to negotiate a deal.
But still, deadlines here can also focus minds.
Can we do it in the next few days before the 16th? We can. Deadlines are absolutely appropriate.
And there's another deadline here, Christmas, with a lot of these lawmakers trying to get something, anything done so they can head home for the holidays. In Washington, Doug Luzada, Fox News.
Moving right along with other top stories this morning, Sunday marked exactly 1 month for 4 University of Idaho students who were stabbed to death in their off-campus home. Police still have no suspect, no motive, and no murder weapon. And they're warning students to remain vigilant during their winter graduation festivities. Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdams has more.
Right now, investigators warning the public to remain vigilant and travel in groups as the killer is not yet behind bars. Take a look here. You can see from this drone footage, this is the area of the crime scene where those 4 students were stabbed to death 1 month ago. We know all of the victims got back to the home around 2 a.m. and police say they were killed sometime between 3 and 4 in the morning, but no suspect or murder weapon. How common is the knife that was used in these murders?
We're looking for a fixed blade knife, and those are, you can buy one of those at just about any department store around here, any sporting goods store. They're very common, so we are looking for a fixed blade knife.
The families of Xander Kernodle, Maddie Mogan, Kaylee Gonsalves, and Ethan Chapin left with more questions than answers after this quadruple murder rocked the campus.
This case is not going cold. We have tips coming in. We have investigators out every day interviewing people. We're still reviewing evidence. We're still looking at all aspects of this. And I said early on that no stone will go unturned.
Police are looking for a white Hyundai Elantra. These are stock photos or examples from the police department, but they believe it's a 2011 to 2013 model. The car was spotted right here near the crime scene behind me. Investigators believe the person or people in that car could have vital information that could crack this case. Reporting in Musco, Idaho, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News. Right now, investigators warning the public
Alrighty,
to remain
thank
vigilant.
you to Alexis McAdams bringing us that update. This is the very plane that WNBA star Brittany Griner rode in as she touched down on United States soil. But we are seeing debate intensify over the Biden administration's prisoner swap of Brittany Griner for a notorious Russian arms dealer, Viktor Bout. Let's go ahead and listen into the analysis by our national security expert, Hal Kemper.
Let's talk about this even further with national security expert Hal Kemper. And Hal, thanks so much for being with us. We didn't get to talk to you yesterday. No doubt you have a lot of thoughts, a lot of opinions on this. Walk us through what you were thinking yesterday, your reaction when you got the news, when we finally learned that this prisoner swap was a done deal. What went through your mind?
Andrew, my first thought was I was sorry to see that they couldn't get Paul Whelan into the deal. That had been the thing they've been working on for so long. And Russia, all reports are, and it's been consistent with everything we've gotten, Putin wanted to do a 1-for-1. We wanted basically a 2-for-1. Although, if you look at what they were charged with, they're not commensurate. I mean, she had less than an ounce of hashish or cannabis oil. And he was the merchant of death. He was the most notorious international arms trader, involved with all sorts of things, involved with arms trades where they were going to be targeting American citizens around the world. Very dangerous individual. They made a movie out of him that Nicolas Cage starred in. He's a very serious, very dangerous individual. She is not. And so there was no equivalency in terms of the trade. Paul Whelan been charged with espionage. The U.S. position is that this is purely sham charges being held in prison. So it seemed commensurate for 2-for-1. According to Bill Richardson, Governor Richardson, former Governor Richardson, I should say, and everyone else I've heard on officially, he was never really in the mix, according to the Russians. The Russians just were not going to budge. There was talk about releasing a GRU colonel that was being held in Germany, who was basically an assassin, who's being held in Germany. The Germans said absolutely not. That's a non-starter. That was a name that was floated out there for a while, but basically it came down to a 1-for-1. With that said, I knew the Whelan family were going to be deeply disappointed. I also knew that there was going to be a lot of criticism of the Biden administration because, frankly, a lot of people would not see this as a fair deal. And I have to tell you, when you look at Whelan's situation, former Marine who was over there and what he was charged with, I'm sure some think, all right, why Griner? Why not Whelan? And there has been a lot of criticism out there on that as well.
Very much so. So much so that a lot of critics of this deal are calling it the deal with the devil. That kind of speaks to the imbalance in the alleged crimes, well, not alleged on Viktor Bout's part, that were committed. I just want to play some of this video this is from Russian state television, but it is, the moments when Brittany Griner found out that she was going to be able to go home. I just want your reaction on some of this. The U.S. media obviously did not get, access to this. We were not privy to this. Also, Hal, what did you make of the fact that the UAE played mediator? That's where the swap took place there. And the Biden administration was very, very out front saying these were negotiations only between the U.S. and Russia, to which I believe a senior member of the Gulf Cooperation Council said, no, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, they were in these negotiations as well. What's going on there?
Well, what I would say is, yes, for everything I've seen, it appears that the GCC members, the UAE and Saudi Arabia, were both players in making sure this happened. And, they have the ability to pick up the phone, call Putin, and make some direct entreaties to him. Also, they have a different political situation. They're not the U.S. All right, And frankly, the way things are going internationally, certainly with Saudi Arabia, and Saudi Arabia just hosting Xi from China, there's probably a little bit of play there in other regards in terms of who has the most influence or whatever. And so that was actually an interesting dynamic to this. I don't know how much it swayed things. I don't know if maybe the deal wasn't already complete by the Biden administration for this deal, and maybe they just weighed in, but it was already a fait accompli, if you will. I just don't know. That more information on that, but I thought it was very interesting that the UAE was such a big player, but Saudi Arabia, by all reports, was also involved in it.
Oh, Hal, what do you make of the criticism, not only that people are saying this was the deal with the devil, there's Victor Boot right there on the plane, that if you were a celebrity in the United States, if you have a lot of wealth, fame, and power, you can skip to the front of the line if you are detained abroad?
That is the criticism. In fact, on Russian state television, they were very explicit about that. They went right. I mean, they went right into the political fray. They said, Paul Whelan's problem was that they basically made the comparison. He's male, she's female. He's white, she's black. He's straight, she's, basically she's lesbian, but also kind of basically pointing to the whole LGBTQ community in that regard. And they really were making comments to try and make this very divisive and to try and frame this thing as if the White House doesn't care about Paul Whelan because of what she represents with all these different categories they just mentioned.
Not only about Paul Whelan,
though, to play domestic politics.
Not only about Paul Whelan, but about his service to the country. Even though he was dishonorably discharged, yes, but they went after that. That is right now being said on Russian state television propaganda.
Oh yeah, they're very much trying to. As a matter of fact, they're very much trying to use this to take as many shots as they can against the Biden administration. There's a lot of internal criticism of this, but Russia is playing this up, and actually, by reports, the Justice Department was not happy with this trade because they like to see equivalency. The charges don't match up. She had less than an ounce of cannabis oil, and he is the merchant of death. I mean, his stuff is so serious compared to what was basically trumped up charges on her. They were very upset that this exchange was going on. Apparently, that was an internal discussion within the administration for quite some time. But at the end of the day, like with all of these things at this level, the president's the one that makes the decision. And it's not the first time that in international prisoner exchanges that the Justice Department has not been completely satisfied with how this went, because they have a different criteria. The White House and the State Department are looking more at the international relations side, the political side, if you will, from a national security standpoint. And so they have their reason why they want to get this done. I think at some point they probably looked at it and said, that's the best deal we're going to get. That's it. And I don't know if this has anything to do with it, but I will tell you that historically, whether it's a war or something else, there's always that pressure to get it done by Christmas. I can't explain what that is, but more wars have been said we're going to have the troops home by Christmas. And it may be with Christmas approaching, the holidays being here, that maybe there was a little impetus, just let's get this done, do the best deal we can. But gosh knows, there is no equivalency between the alleged crimes of Brittany Griner and then what Victor Boot did. Those are not equivalent. But then again, I wasn't a negotiator, and everything I've heard from this indicates that this may have been the only deal that they were able to pull off.
Yeah, Hal, no doubt. For Griner's family, friends, relatives, fans, this is a Christmas miracle. To your point, though, about other agencies, departments within the Biden administration that might behind the scenes have balked at this deal. You were hearing yesterday from some defense reporters that members, senior officials at the Pentagon are concerned that Victor Boot's just going to get out there again and start selling arms illicitly like he has been known to do. Hal, I also want to bring up this comment because Putin did refer to this today. He said that Friday, he said today, further prisoner exchanges with the United States could be possible. The comment was made at a news conference one day, of course, after this. So I wanted your thoughts. Are we seeing kind of this flourishing of prisoner swaps as kind of the, de facto de jure way to get Americans detained abroad back home? What other recourse does the U.S. government have? Why are they prioritizing prisoner swaps, do you think?
It's interesting if you frame it in just that way, because we've seen the same thing with Ukrainian and Russian prisoners. And actually, Putin has taken a lot of criticism at home for the prisoner exchanges he's been doing with the Ukrainians, which, frankly, there's been a number of really big prisoner exchanges, ones that actually, there's one that really took me by surprise when they announced it. I'm not quite sure. This may be the one area where Putin can actually do something. So he may try to get more Russians out of prison. I listened to Paul Whelan's brother's comments about there's plenty of Russians that we can arrest and maybe use them for prisoner exchanges, which, frankly, there are a number of Russians that have done stuff, and we probably could arrest more at any given time. But with that, when I kind of look at this, I don't want us to devolve to the same level as Russia, with Brittany Griner, where they basically gave her this unbelievable 9-year sentence for something so trivial that's not even a crime in the U.S. or many other countries. So I think we need to maintain our moral and ethical bearing on this in terms of how we do things. But Putin is kind of opening that up, and he may want to do this. And actually, if you look at Putin, he is playing, and we saw this with Russian state television. They are playing domestic politics every way. Everything he does is calculated to play domestic politics within the U.S. He wanted this to be divisive. He wanted this to appear as a really bad deal where the Biden administration comes out looking extremely weak. And I'm not putting an opinion out there one way or the other, whether it's a good deal or whatever. I'm just saying that's what Putin wants to communicate. He wants to play domestic politics. He wants it to be divisive. And putting out this, at the same time, he's also putting out stuff about, we're open to negotiations with the Ukrainians for a possible peace deal, trying to erode Western resolve in support of Ukraine. It's the same sort of thing. He throws it out there, but there's no substance behind it. So, I heard what he said. It's like, I'd like to hear details. That's an easy throwaway phrase. And it just sounds a lot like more Russian disinformation.
Hal, I want to talk about, the infraction, I guess you could say, that Brittany Griner made. Do you think that, State Department officials, administration officials need to be more out front about the dangers that American citizens face in other countries, that they do not follow those other countries' laws on their books at the time? And do the American people, when they're traveling abroad in nations that are not friendly, that are openly hostile to the United States, do they need to think twice? Because, and I hate to, put this point of criticism out there. This was a scandal entirely of Brittany Griner's own making. You and I have talked that there was, some potential that maybe this was planted on her in her suitcase when she was going through security at the airport there in Moscow. That's not been verified or confirmed. It's not, below the Russians to do just that. But do American citizens, when they're traveling abroad, need to be more vigilant, do you think?
Well, what I will say, and I'm hoping you can hear this because I think this frame just froze. Can you hear me, Andrew?
Yes.
Okay. I will say this. I kind of go back to the World War II phrase, life's tough, but it's tougher if you're stupid. Don't do stupid stuff overseas. I think there's, and really, sincerely, there's things that are permissible in the U.S. that are not permissible in other countries. It's not just Russia. One of those things that the rest of the world does not agree upon is we have been legalizing marijuana, cannabis across the board. That is not reflected in other countries. And people need to be very careful when they're traveling that they're not taking prohibited substances through the airports or with them. And I think perhaps what happened, assuming that Brittany Griner's cannabis oil was in fact something that they found on her, and that she did forget, as she stated that she had forgotten about it or wasn't paying attention to it. If that was in fact, and it wasn't planted or anything like that, it was extremely careless. And when you're traveling across borders, careless can get you arrested and get you charged with things. And people have to be very careful. They even have to be careful if you're traveling to certain countries, even if you're carrying, like books or literature or whatever that are perfectly permissible here. They may not be permissible in other countries, and people have to be very careful when they're traveling. And that's just generally something to be very smart about. Now, I think in general, there's certain countries, and I got to tell you, sometimes I run into American citizens who think that we can travel around the world with complete impunity for some reason, without having to, as if somehow, we don't have to worry because the U.S. is behind all American citizens traveling. Look, when you go into another country's sovereign territory, you are subject to their laws and their rules. And I think people need to be more cognizant of that, because this appears to be a classic case where someone, was traveling in Russia, basically operating on American rules, if you will, for what she was allowed to carry. Now, if she'd been traveling within the United States, that would not have been, I can't imagine that would have ever been an issue at an airport. But she was traveling into Russia, and they made it an issue. The other thing is, there are countries that really dislike the United States, and they will make examples of Americans. And in this case, it's very clear that Putin intervened in this, and he put his thumb heavily on the scales of whatever you want to call Russian justice, and made sure that she got this enormous prison sentence for something that's relatively, something we wouldn't even look at here in the United States. And that's just one of those things. So, yeah, I think people do have to be careful, and you bring up a great point.
Yeah. Hal, just last question. We got Trevor Reed home earlier this year. Brittany Griner's now home. Paul Whelan still is in Russian detention in a Russian penal colony. Do the negotiations never stop even after they get a victory like this? Is there some type of cooling off period, or they continue apace? What does that look like, do you think?
I think they're immediately on the phone. In fact, I don't think they ever stopped. I think they were continuously talking about getting Paul out. By the way, there's another issue today. There's a number of Americans being held in prisons and jails within China. Their families are being very articulate, I should say. They're basically putting their feelings forward, which is, hey, don't forget about China. Don't forget about some of these other countries where we feel that Americans are being unjustly held. I think you're going to see a full throttle on this. And actually, I wouldn't be surprised if all the criticism the White House is getting on this deal doesn't actually put a little wind in the sails of those who are trying to really push hard to be push the negotiations harder on getting others back as well. And they may even actually get creative and look for maybe another option to do a trade for Paul Whelan. I don't rule anything out at this point.
All right, Hal Kempfer, we appreciate your time. Thanks for being with us as always. Have a good weekend, Hal. We'll talk again.
Okay, you too, Andrew. Thanks.
And stay with us, because right after this commercial break, we'll bring you all the latest on Grant Wahl, one of the most well-known soccer writers in the United States, died while covering the World Cup match between Argentina and the Netherlands. We'll bring you all this story in just 2 minutes. A sudden and shocking death of a United States journalist covering the World Cup. Grant Wall was one of the most well-known writers covering soccer in the United States. Live now from Fox's Josh Breslow is bringing us more.
Kartik Krishnaiyer, thank you so much for being with us today. I know it's an emotional time, so I appreciate you taking the time to talk to us about Grant.
I appreciate you having me and taking the time to talk a little bit about Grant.
So first off, just tell me about Grant, because I know he's credited with essentially bringing soccer to America, making people care about the sport. So tell me about him.
Yeah, his role cannot, in my opinion, be understated in his passion and desire and almost his kind of missionary zeal, if you want to call it that, for spreading the gospel, again, using the missionary analogy, about the sport and bringing the sport to masses of mainstream sports fans in the United States who never had soccer on their radar, never cared much for the sport, saw it as maybe this very foreign, non-American sport. He dedicated his life effectively, his entire professional career, to talking about soccer, writing stories that put soccer into a broader global context, into a cultural context that I think did more to sell the sport to Americans and make the sport much more mainstream as it is today because of his writing than probably any individual out there. I give more credit to than anyone for making soccer as mainstream a sport as it is in the United States today.
Tell me about some of your experiences with him, because I know you worked with him in several different facets there.
Yeah, so I jumped around on both sides of the desk. So I've been a writer, as I am now, for World Soccer Talk. And in the past, I've been a press officer for both professional soccer leagues and professional soccer teams, and have also served as the vice president of our professional association for soccer writers, for our North American soccer writers. And so my interactions with Grant were very frequent and from different perspectives, which gives me kind of a unique look at how he worked. And the thing that was so compelling about dealing with Grant was that he always wanted to build some sort of personal context around stories, some sort of color, some sort of personal backstory when you talked about soccer. So oftentimes when I was a press officer, I would sell him a story. I'll give you one example. 2011, there was a Palestinian international playing in our league, in the North American Soccer League where I worked for the Tampa Bay Rowdies. And the Tampa Bay Rowdies press officer, as well as myself, worked with Grant to tell the story of this one player, because Palestine, of course, was not an official FIFA member, but they were playing some friendlies at the time. So that was an interesting story. Another story where I pitched Grant on it, and he ended up breaking a story for us on Fox Sports, one of your sister networks, was the story of a famous owner, Brazilian Ronaldo, the original Ronaldo before Cristiano Ronaldo, one of the great players of all time, and a World Cup winner with Brazil, a two-time World Cup winner with Brazil, buying into the Fort Lauderdale Strikers, one of our teams in the North American Soccer League. He breaks the story on Fox Sports the day it happened, or the morning it happened. So he also had that capacity too. He was a writer, and we remember him primarily as a writer, but he did spend several years at Fox Sports contributing to their coverage of the beautiful game. So that was from the standpoint of being a press officer. Now, from the standpoint of being a writer, many of us considered Grant a mentor. His style of writing, the prose, the sort of color and look at culture, at soccer culture, look at personalities, look at the greater context of the global game, are things that he taught all of us. And he always had time for a younger colleague or for a less experienced colleague to ask him a question, to ask for advice, to go to him with some sort of backstory. He would speak on background with other writers a lot to give them some sort of greater understanding of the subjects they were covering, or what maybe the proper professional etiquette was. And in fact, that was real important for me when I, as I mentioned, was the vice president of our professional association for writers. Grant knew the etiquette better than anyone. He knew the protocol better than anyone. He knew how where the lines were drawn, right? Where the division was between being a journalist and being an advocate. And those sorts of things were really important as we talked to colleagues, as we grew the game, and we created a culture around the sport in this country, which now has become very robust and made it as popular as it is. When he started as a writer about 25 years ago, soccer was barely a blip on the radar, and you would have to scramble to find matches. You usually have to go to a English pub or a Latin American restaurant to find matches, and now it's very mainstream, and I give him a lot of credit for that happening.
What were you thinking? What was going through your mind when you heard that he had passed away, both professionally and personally?
Shock, devastation, absolute just grief. For the first 15 minutes, I assumed it was some sort of hoax or just a fraudulent report, or maybe he had taken ill but was recovering in the hospital. And in fact, that proved not to be the case. We had a confirmation, I think it was from NPR, from National Public Radio, fairly quickly after the rumors began to circulate. And I wasn't on Twitter at the time, right? So I didn't see the news break. I just had a ton of text messages and DMs and dove into them and couldn't believe it. And so it was overwhelming grief and sorrow and shock, really, because he was a fairly healthy person. He was the same age as me. I'm 48. And was someone that just was a workaholic, was into the grind, was able to produce stories and work harder and get more out there than just about anybody who covered this sport, not just in the United States, I would say globally. I mean, in terms of English language media. And I think that this is an important part of Grant's legacy also that I neglected to mention, was he made the sport so popular, helped make the sport as popular as it is in the United States. At the same time, he was one of the first American soccer journalists who gained respect in other English-speaking countries. For years, English journalists would mock Americans who covered this sport, who covered soccer. But he gained acceptance and respect and eventually admiration among that crowd. Same thing in Australia, same thing in many of the African countries where they play this sport, where they speak English. His work was read in all of these countries, and in the Middle East and in India, places where English is spoken as either a first language or a common language of business.
What's it like, because I know you've been in this situation, to cover events like this? We're talking the World Cup and, other tournaments. I imagine, as you mentioned, it's kind of a grind.
Yeah, it's very difficult. So the World Cup this year is 28 days. Normally it's 30 or 31 days, but it being shortened by 3 days to fit it into the calendar this year, because it had to be played in winter, and the top soccer football leagues in the world are going on at this time, right? So they had to break for a month to accommodate the World Cup. So that meant they crunched the tournament by an additional 3 days. Meant you had many days where there were 4 matches a day, and then you were stuck writing about those matches for hours and hours and hours after the match is completed. You don't get proper sleep. You don't get proper diet. You don't eat properly or eat regularly on a normal time schedule during these tournaments. It's very, very tiring. You're not sleeping in your own bed. And oftentimes you just get worn down as the tournament goes on. Even for me, when I've covered tournaments from afar, like a year and a half ago, the European Championships were going on. Because of COVID and travel restrictions, I wasn't able to travel to Europe to cover the tournament as I had somewhat planned to do. But the days and nights were long and arduous, even from home, even from sitting in Florida, covering the tournament from afar. So being on the ground is even more difficult. And in this case, I'm really stunned by Grant's passing. At the same time, I do have to acknowledge that having worked these tournaments, even the Gold Cup and the Copa America 2016, which we've hosted in the United States, it is a long, arduous thing. And oftentimes you're traveling between cities in the middle of tournaments. You're getting on planes or trains. And as I said, you're not sleeping regularly. And for a lot of people who are fans, they don't realize what journalists who cover sports, and it's not just soccer, it's every sport, it's college basketball, it's the NFL, it's golf, go through. Oftentimes, you have to get to a stadium 2 or 3 hours early, and then you don't leave for 2 or 3 hours after the match. And there is work involved. Much of the work is pregame, post-match, and on the days between matches. So it's a really time-consuming and mentally and physically fatiguing process, right? It's a very difficult process, and mental and physical fatigue sets in after a few days of these tournaments. And we were in when Grant passed, we were entering week 4 of the tournament. So unfortunately, that's the reality of covering these major, I think any major sporting event, but soccer tournaments in particular, because they're a month-long block, are really difficult. Whereas, the NCAA tournament is kind of the most readily similar example in the United States of American sports, and at least you get a couple days off. The games are Thursday through Sunday, and then you get a couple days off, and it's not that way with these major international soccer tournaments.
And unfortunately, when something like this happens, you get internet rumors. People are talking about it on Twitter. But what's important to focus on right now, I would imagine, for people who knew Grant, is who Grant was and his legacy, not what's going on the internet and not what's going on social media.
Yeah, and I certainly think that honoring his legacy is the most important thing, and understanding that this was a giant, this was a titan in the sport in the United States. And he took the baton when the sport was a minuscule presence in this country, when people mocked the sport. And he ran with it for 25 years and brought it to a place and left it in a place where it is a very mainstream part of American culture. And in fact, I'm shocked by the number of people that I interact with in other professional capacities that I've been involved in the past that are now soccer fans, who used to sort of mock my interest in the sport. Before I got involved in the sport, I worked in government relations and public relations, and people would mock the fact that I liked soccer, that I cared about the sport, and thought it was a foreign sport or something that was very boring. And now some of those same people are watching the sport and are glued to the World Cup. And part of that was Grant's writing and Grant's desire. And I think this is another important legacy I should mention of his desire to go on whatever network, television, or platform he could to promote soccer and talk about soccer. So the cable news networks in this country, obviously Fox, MSNBC, CNN, et cetera, he would go on regularly, or when asked to discuss the sport. He would go on foreign television, talk about how the sport was growing in the United States. He would do features and be interviewed in documentaries about the sport to promote the sport and promote the culture and context of the sport. And that includes some of the ESPN documentaries that they produced. So he was a Sports Illustrated writer, and of course was on Fox Sports for a number of years, and CBS Sports for more recently. But his persona transcended even the networks and publications he appeared on and wrote for. It. He was a universally giant figure in this sport that was really committed to spreading the gospel, again, to go back to that analogy about this sport.
What message do you have for his wife? Obviously, she posted on Twitter, she said this was a shock for her. She works in the healthcare field. What exactly would you say to her if you were able to send your condolences right now?
Yeah, and she's a wonderful human being, and someone who is, in my opinion, contributed greatly to the conversation about infectious disease and healthcare in this country the last few years. So I have so much respect for her, and talk about a power family. Talk about a family of high standing between her and Grant Wahl. I send my deepest condolences. I had so much respect for him and so much respect for her, as I mentioned. And she can always be rest assured that the soccer community has nothing but affection and love for her late husband. And he has been the inspiration behind so many of us and so much of what we've done. And we will carry his message and his torch forward from this day forward. And it's where it is. And we're in the position we're in, thanks in large measure to him. So that's what I would convey to her and to his entire family. They know how special he was to them, and he was special as well to everybody involved in this sport in the United States.
Definitely a lasting legacy. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. Is there anything else that you want to add before I let you go?
No, other than we're all still in shock, but we absolutely will continue to honor his legacy and we all owe a debt of gratitude, those of us who work in soccer, and I think those who are soccer fans in the United States owe a immense debt of gratitude to Grant Wahl and everything he did for us over the course of the last 25 years.
Taking a live now look from New York, the time there 7:42 a.m. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break, and when we return, we'll check in with our Fox 5 New York partners. They're bringing us the latest on what the city is doing to combat subway crime. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are taking a Live Now look from New York, where the New York City Council is scheduled to hold a hearing today on subway safety. It comes as police are investigating the latest attack that happened early this morning. Fox 5's Robert Moses joins us live from Lower Manhattan with more. Good morning, Robert.
Rain, good morning to you. Post-pandemic subway ridership here in the city has stayed stubbornly low despite the best efforts of city officials to coax people back into the system. Stories of violence like this one will do nothing to help bring people back. Police say a man in his 30s wearing all black slashed another man across the nose with a box cutter aboard a moving northbound 4 train this morning around 1:45. Cops say both the suspect and victim exited the train at Bowling Green. The suspect fled above ground. The 64-year-old victim was taken to Bellevue Hospital in stable condition. Police believe both he and the man who slashed him are homeless. The latest NYPD statistics show transit crime is up nearly 32% this year compared to last. Against this backdrop, the City Council holds a hearing this morning on subway safety. The president of New York City Transit, Richard Davey, and the NYPD's acting chief of transit, Michael Kemper, are slated to testify about the efforts that both agencies have undertaken to make mass transit safer. Post-pandemic subway ridership remains anemic. On Thursday, the most recent day for which MTA statistics are available, ridership stood at just 64.6% of a comparable pre-pandemic day. The subway has not been a hospitable place of late. Police say a man described as unhinged yelled an anti-gay slur at a 24-year-old woman who was looking at her phone at the Broadway and Canal NQRW station in Chinatown Saturday night and threatened to stab her. Police say he then punched her. When she tried to record him, cops say he punched her again. The NYPD Hate Crimes Task Force is investigating. Recently, New York City Mayor Eric Adams empowered first responders, including police officers, to take those who are suffering from mental illness off the streets and out of the subway system and bring them to hospitals, even if that is against their will. At this morning's City Council hearing, we may very well get a better sense of just how many people have been taken off the streets and out of the subway system. Rain, I'll send it back to you.
All right, a huge thank you to Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses joining us for that live update. Moving right along with our top stories, another drop in Twitter censorship unearths new details about the former CEO, Jack Dorsey's decision to kick former President Donald Trump off of the platform. Here's more.
In the thread so far, we have heard that Twitter executives had been meeting with federal agencies and that a very small leadership group accounted for almost all of the content rulings. This latest thread focuses on the discussions taking place within the company on January 7th of 2020 over the decision to ban then-President Trump from the platform. For this installment, the documents were released by Elon Musk and provided to writer Michael Schellenberger, who reported that former Twitter CEO Jack Dorsey was being pressured to allow for policy changes. Schellenberger, he shared this, quote, "Progress," exclaims a member of Roth's trust and safety team. The exchange between Roth and his colleagues makes clear that they had been pushing Jack Dorsey for greater restrictions on the speech Twitter allows around elections. Roth is Yoel Roth, the company's former head of trust and safety. It's unclear how closely Dorsey was involved in decisions on content. Schellenberger writes that he was actually on vacation during this time period, but adds, quote, "On January 7th, Jack Dorsey emails employees saying Twitter needs to remain consistent in its policies, including the right of users to return to Twitter after a temporary suspension." After Roth assures an employee that, quote, "people who care about this aren't happy with where we are." The documents shared, according to Schellenberger, show that prominent figures, including former First Lady Michelle Obama, also pressured the company to remove Trump. A day after that email from Dorsey, Trump was removed under a new 5 strikes policy. Now, in the documents, there was a singular junior employee that expressed that this might be a slippery slope. More documents are expected to be dropped today. In Washington, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
And our Fox 13 Tampa team is bringing us more on ongoing investigations that former President Donald Trump is facing.
Right now, a federal judge is deciding whether to hold former President Trump's team in contempt of court.
Well, this all goes back to the discovery of classified documents at Mar-a-Lago and concerns that the FBI may not have found all of them. So both sides presented their arguments in a hearing this afternoon, and our political editor, Craig Patrick, is here to explain when and how the judge may rule. Craig.
Well, we know today the hearing was about an hour and a half, wrapped up around 3:30 p.m. It was closed door. We couldn't listen in on it because it included material that was part of a grand jury proceeding. But we do know the terms of the dispute and what each side would logically argue. It does go back to the documents dispute, starting with the National Archives flagging classified or confidential records being commingled with other government records. It led to the subpoena in May for Trump's office at Mar-a-Lago to turn over all classified documents. In June, an attorney for former President Trump signed off that a diligent search had been performed. All such documents requested or demanded by the subpoena had been returned. That brings us to evidence that the FBI said it had. That was not the case. It led then to the August raid in which the FBI says it retrieved more classified, including top secret documents. It takes us forward in time, then to Trump's team conducting a follow-up search around Thanksgiving. We now know found elsewhere in a storage unit more documents, a couple of them at least, that included classified documents. And that was the last straw for the Justice Department that at this point is saying enough is enough. At this point, we need to verify, have Trump's team confirm that all classified or confidential records have been turned over and returned from the former president's possession. And they are demanding that if Trump's team, official representative of the former president or the president himself, does not sign off on that, then at this point there should be contempt in order to compel the return of any documents that may still be left. That's what this hearing is all about. The judge has not yet ruled, but could any moment now.
So if the judge finds Trump's team in contempt, who specifically would she hold in contempt, and what would the penalty likely be?
Yeah, that's the question, and that's what makes this so unusual. Who would you name in a contempt decision? it would be the custodian of records, the official custodian. Companies, businesses typically have custodians of their records, but what we're hearing from Trump's office is that they have no such designated individual officially in charge of the records. And potential individuals who could take that role seem to not want to because they don't want to sign off under oath that they can guarantee that all documents have been returned under the circumstances. They're saying that they can follow through and state that searches have been made, best efforts, this, that, and the other have been completed, but they are not willing to sign off their names and take on that responsibility and subject themselves to legal scrutiny if, in fact, what they guarantee winds up not being the case. That's what this is really all about. So what does the judge do? The judge may designate, may appoint somebody in that position, then take it from there. And if there is contempt or if there is penalty, it would most likely be in the form of a fine, perhaps even a daily fine until this gets worked out.
All right. Well, we'll have to wait and see then what the judge decides. Thanks, Craig.
Sure.
All right, the time is now 7:53 a.m. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break, and when we return, we'll bring you all the latest after NASA's Orion has a successful splashdown. That story and more up in 2 minutes. Welcome back. NASA is celebrating a major milestone in its quest to put astronauts back on the moon. The Orion spacecraft splashing down off of the coast of Baja California on Sunday afternoon after its 25-day trip around the moon. Fox News senior national correspondent William LaJeunesse has more from Los Angeles.
So NASA officials called this a remarkable mission and textbook landing, with the module splashing down some 300 miles off the coast of San Diego around 12:40 Eastern Sunday afternoon. 11 parachutes slowed the orbiter down from 300 miles an hour to just 20 as it hit the ocean. Helicopters report no damage, and crews plan to bring the capsule aboard the USS Portland. After 4 weeks in space and 1.4 million miles, NASA will spend the next year going over data before the next manned flight, scheduled in 2024.
It is the beginning of the new beginning, and that is to explore the heavens.
Artemis is a stepping stone, 4 flights with a goal of building a human base camp on the moon by the end of the decade. No humans aboard this flight, but 3 dummies were wired with sensors to measure radiation levels. Other tests included those to look at the nutritional value of seeds affected by space. Can fungus repair DNA damage? And can yeast and algae grow in space? Amazon's Alexa and Cisco's WebEx were also installed to see if future crews can use video conferencing with mission control or use voice commands to monitor the ship's water and power supply. NASA used a new re-entry technique to reduce the speed, G-forces inside the capsule, and that 500-degree temperature on the capsule's heat shield.
The ultimate test today was checking out the heat shield during the 25,000 mile per hour re-entry from lunar distance. So it came through with flying colors.
The Artemis program will cost about $93 billion over the decade. The next flight in 2024 will have 4 astronauts aboard, but in 25 it will land 4 humans on the moon. In 27, a lunar lander, with the goal, a space camp built on the moon with hopefully a flight to Mars in the late 2030s. In Los Angeles, Wayne Lajeunesse, Fox News.
And staying on this subject, NASA's Administrator Bill Nelson held a news briefing shortly after the splashdown. Let's listen in.
We are doing that again, but for a different purpose. Because this time we go back to the moon to learn to live, to work, to invent, to create, in order to go on out into the cosmos to further explore. The plan is to get ready to go with humans to Mars late in the decade of the 2030s, and then even further beyond. And we know from what we are finding from the James Webb Space Telescope that it is a very, very large universe out there to be understood and explored. And so this is a great day, not only for America, but it's a great day for all of our international partners. That's a difference from 50 years ago. 50 years ago, we went as a country, as a government. Today, we go with not only international partners, but also commercial partners. And so it is the beginning of the new beginning, and that is to explore the heavens. Thanks, Jackie.
Thank you. And now Vanessa Weish.
Well, thank you. You know, Administrator Nelson, I completely agree with you. This mission was just, flawless. Just cannot thank our teams enough. You know, our teams here at Johnson Space Center, along with our other sister centers across NASA and NASA headquarters. It took all of us to make this mission possible. Here at NASA's Johnson Space Center, I'm just so very proud and thankful of our flight control team that did a wonderful job making sure that this vehicle was able to do all of the maneuvers, to go outbound, to do its flyby, to go further away than any other human-rated spacecraft, and then to come back. That takes a lot of different people to make that happen. So I also want to congratulate our Orion program led by Howard Hugh and all of the people that are a part of that, as you mentioned, Lockheed Martin, as well as ESA and Glenn Research Center, and then supporting them right here at Johnson, our great engineering team, our human health and performance team, our safety mission and assurance teams, as well as our teams that support our systems engineering and integration that help with the beginning plans, architectures that were part of making all of this possible. And then the testing that's being done and has been done. And I also want to thank our teams out at White Sands who are continuing to do testing for Orion. This mission is a great success for us. Right now, this tells us that this spacecraft has the outer bones and everything that it needs. So now we are going to go and finish outfitting it so that we can put humans on board on Artemis 2. And that's, for us, a big, big deal because we'll put our astronauts on board. And so we're very much looking forward to that. And I just want to say again, congratulations to the entire team. Thank you, Jackie.
Thanks, Vanessa. Next up, we have Janet Petro joining us from Kennedy.
Hey, good afternoon. And it really is great to be here with you all today. You know, Kennedy Space Center was there at the very beginning of this journey with Charlie Blackwell Thompson as the launch director. And here we are at the end of the mission. I think you're going to hear from Melissa Jones, who is the recovery team lead from the Exploration Ground Systems here at KSC as well. You know, and that launch campaign was not easy. There were a lot of setbacks, but the collective team really relentlessly pursued getting that launch off. And the entire Space Coast was lit up as SLS and Orion took off. And we watched in awe, and then we followed the vehicle as it made its journey around the moon. And we held our breath all morning long as Orion went through its deorbit and splashdown paces. It really was surreal. We all talked about it being a test mission, but I think this vehicle and the performance really exceeded all our expectations. I'm really looking forward to getting Orion back at Kennedy at the end of this month in a few short weeks, where we'll bring it back into the processing facility, take out the remaining payloads and service it, deservice it, and then take a really good look at the heat shield and see how that system performs. But you know, I got to say, it is Kennedy Space Center's 60th anniversary, and the administrator kind of talked about the previous 50, 60 years, all about Apollo and shuttle. And this is really capping off our diamond anniversary at Kennedy as we look forward to the next 60 years and everything that Artemis is going to be doing for our future here at the agency. So thank you very much.
What a way to cap off an excellent year. Next up, we have Jim Free.
Thanks, Jackie. Good afternoon, and what a great day. You know, two pictures from this week that sum it up for me: an empty mobile launcher rolling back, and that spacecraft in the water there in the Pacific. So, a remarkable mission by every single one involved. Congratulations to folks that have worked on this for years. Some people their whole career, some people half of their career. It's great to see this first flight come to a close so we can move on down our path of our sustainable presence at the moon. You'll hear a lot about Artemis 1 and things we did on the vehicle in this flight and still have data to review, but we definitely pushed this vehicle far so that we can be now on to Artemis 2, which is happening today at Kennedy. The crew modules there, the service modules there, the engine section arrived yesterday. That vehicle is a reality, and ironically, so are the next missions all the way out through Artemis 5. We have hardware today in work around the world through Artemis 5. This isn't just a one flight and we're done. We are on our path to getting that base on the moon, to getting the understanding we need to go on to Mars, and doing the science that's front and center here in our program. These missions are complex. We talked a lot about that at the beginning. They will become increasingly complex for us. But I think the confidence that we learned in the vehicle, the things that we tested the vehicle to, the way that the teams responded to all that, I think give me great confidence in our path in the future. So it's great to be a part of it. Congratulations to everyone, and I look forward to answering the administrator's questions of when we're going to launch Artemis 2.
Thanks, Jim. Over to you, Mike.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you to each and every one of you that have come to follow us today on a successful completion of the Artemis 1 mission, but especially to those that followed us from our very first launch attempt and stayed with us through hurricanes and hydrogen leaks and technical issues throughout. This team has really persevered through many challenges, and from the outset we spoke about how this was a deliberate stress test of our deep space human transportation system. And we've been up front with you about how this was going to be a challenging mission. We set some bold priorities. Priority 1, demonstrate the vehicle lunar reentry conditions. We successfully demonstrated that today. Priority 2, demonstrate the vehicle in the flight environment. We've successfully demonstrated that over the course of a 26-day test flight. Priority 3 is currently in progress. The vehicle is powered down and it's in the Pacific Ocean. And as Melissa Jones will elaborate, the vehicle recovery and retrieval is in progress, and we expect to complete that here in the next couple of hours. And then priority 4, our bonus objectives, sharing the mission with each and every one of you, public outreach, sharing remarkable images, completing science and technology demonstrations. We've completed that, plus some bonus objectives. So this is what mission success looks like, folks. This was a challenging mission, and this is what mission success looks like. One of our forefathers in the Apollo program, Hugh Dryden, spoke about the purpose of flight testing. And he said it was to separate the real from the imagined and the known from the unknown. And I don't think any one of us could have imagined the mission this successful, but we had a very successful flight test. We now have a foundational deep space transportation system, and while we haven't looked at all the data that we've acquired, we will do that over the coming days and weeks and fully understand and appreciate the margins that are there. I'll just say in closure, we're sharing a historic day with the Apollo 17 mission, and Gene Cernan left a plaque on the surface of the moon, and I'll paraphrase it here. May the spirit and the peace in which we executed this mission continue forward for all mankind. This mission was a peaceful mission using partnerships from across industry with our international partners, with our science partners, and we're going to grow out from here. There are more complex and more challenging missions ahead, but we've got a foundational capability here. So with that, I'll pass it back to you, Jackie.
Thanks, Mike. Now over to you, Howard.
Thank you, Jackie. Good afternoon, everybody. What a fantastic day for Orion and Artemis. Senator Director Weiss said we have a fantastic team. The Orion team would have been tremendously happy just getting the data, but this accomplishment that we've been able to do all through this 25.5-day mission has been so rewarding, and we've been able to get a lot of data. And I want to thank the teams today. They've worked really hard. Flight operations team has done a tremendous job operating our spacecraft. Our engineering team, our safety team, and our lead integration team has been tremendous in trying to not only just get the data down, but also looking at the data and adding additional objectives. I'll give you some highlights. We were able to be very successful in terms of our operating our systems in space, and our return has just been the same in terms of our success. We were able to hit 0.02 degrees within what we want to do for our flight path angle, and we landed within 2.1 nautical miles of our target landing site. Our requirement was 5.4 nautical miles, so tremendous success in terms of return. Of course, we demonstrated 6 skip entry capability. That went flawlessly as well, and we'll be looking forward to our heat shield data as we gather that and learn more about the heat shield performance when we get the capsule back. But overall, the mission has been tremendously successful. We've been able to accomplish over 122 of our flight test objectives that we had planned, and we added a bonus of 20 real-time flight test objectives as well. So great job by the team. Happy to look through the data even more, and ready to accomplish Artemis 2 going forward. So thank you.
Thanks, Howard. And now we have Emily Nelson.
This mission, this spacecraft and this team exceeded all expectations. I think we're all in unison on that. The spacecraft performed so well that we were able to start looking ahead at Artemis 2 and thinking through how else can we push the boundaries on this flight? What else can we learn? Where are there constraints that we can push on? Where are there opportunities for us to improve on our products for the next flight? And so for the last 25.5 days, we've been every day looking ahead to the next flight to see how we can improve on where we are today so that we can fly a safe and successful mission with our astronauts next time around. The team in Mission Control will spend a number of months combing back through every experience that we've had in the last month and improving our products, figuring out what we could do better, figuring out what went well and we want to repeat. And meanwhile, in low Earth orbit, we will continue to develop the technologies that are going to make Artemis 2, 3, 4, and sub successful. We'll be installing another rollout solar array, which is the technology that we'll be using on Gateway. We'll be continuing to develop some of our more human systems inside of the space station. So our work has really just begun, and we're really looking forward to unpacking everything that we had to learn from this mission as we prepare for the next one.
Thanks, Emily. And now we'll head out to the recovery ship and hear from Melissa Jones.
Good afternoon from the USS Portland. It's a beautiful day to be on a ship. The Orion continues to perform nominally even post-splashdown. We just completed our open water hazard assessment of thrusters and RF radiation and all ropes and limits. Currently, we're doing some underwater imagery to get some good pictures of the heat shield before we bring it into the ship, and sea states are looking good for well deck operations at this time. So we'll continue with our open water operations. We're going to put a collar around the capsule, and the ship will approach, and we'll attach lines and bring Orion into the ship. And at this time, everything's picture perfect.
Thanks, Melissa. Now we'll move into the question and answer portion of our event today. We'll open it up again to folks on the phone and here in the room. Again, press *1 to get into the queue. Our first question is from Marcia Dunn with the Associated Press.
Hi, Marcia Dunn at the AP here at the Kennedy Space Center. Two timing questions. So Artemis 2, we keep hearing 2024. When in the year 2024 might that happen? Can you roll in that date at all to make it quicker? And when will the crew of Artemis 2 be announced?
Yeah, I guess I'll go ahead and take the first question. We've talked always about around 2 years between Artemis 1 and Artemis 2. There's still a great deal of work to do on the crew module in terms of the hardware installation. I think everybody knows we're taking some of the boxes out of Artemis 1, sending them back for retest, and then putting them into the Artemis 2 vehicle. Then the crew module and service module go together and go through a series of tests. So right now, we're still looking at that 2-year time frame from Artemis 1 to 2. I think one thing we've always been concerned about is what do we learn from 1, and are there changes we have to make? I think we've learned a lot from 1. TBD if there's changes. So that's some of the work we'll be going through, and then kind of get that final assessment on a date for 2. But we've always talked about 2 years between missions. I joked earlier about the administrator asking me about it. We obviously want to try and do it quicker. To your point, Marcia, and Howard and his team on the Orion side are always looking to ways to do things quicker. We're trying to roll in lessons learned from the processing of the Artemis 1 vehicle at Kennedy. Are there things we can shorten there or optimize? So that's all of our lessons learned path going forward in the near term. I'll turn the second question to Vanessa.
All right, after a successful Artemis 1, NASA now preparing for Artemis's second mission, which will prepare the moon for the next time that humans touch down. Okay, the time is now 8:15. Let's go ahead and switch gears here because we do have some news coming from Orlando, Florida. Right now, the Orlando International Airport is running low on fuel to fly its planes. The airport says that it could impact travel over the next couple of days. Joining us now is Fox 35 Orlando's Nestor Mato. Nestor, what more can you tell us? Because we're learning that pilots who are flying into Orlando's International Airport are being asked to make sure that their tanks are full before they depart.
Is starting to move again, but I do want to show you just really quick how it's looking right now, because we were seeing pretty long lines earlier. They've kind of simmered down, but we're keeping an eye on the boards as well. And right now it shows 26 delays and 4 cancellations. That's according to FlightAware. But yesterday there were up to 260 delays, and that is because of the fuel here is running low. We were actually the first to report that Orlando International is running low on the fuel to fly its planes. Airport officials say that bad weather in the Gulf Coast delayed the tanker ship that usually supplies their fuel. So that's what we're hearing, and that could impact travel for the next couple of days, as you mentioned. And so Delta is even telling some passengers that ongoing fuel supply disruptions may impact travel to and from Orlando. We talked to one pilot who didn't want to show his face because of his job, of course, but he said he's never seen anything like this before. Take a listen.
We had about 10,000 pounds of extra fuel, and that just made me wonder why. So I sent a message to our dispatch and said, hey, is this a mistake? And they said, no, there's a fuel shortage for the next, I think, 5 to 7 days in Florida airports.
Say the fuel is moving again, so that pretty much explains why the delays have dropped some and hopefully drops even further because, of course, we know it's the very busy holiday travel season. Live at Orlando International, Nestor Mato, I'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Nestor. All right, guys, the time is now 8:17 a.m. Let's go ahead and take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more of your top stories after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Ukraine authorities are saying that a missile attack on the Russian-occupied southern city hit a complex that was being used as a base by Russian soldiers. So let's talk about the latest when it comes to the war in Ukraine. But first, let's revisit this interview. We've learned that Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has been named Time's Person of the Year. Here's more.
This is Mikhail Alexey, the political science professor there at San Diego State University. As always, thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure. Thank you very much.
So your thoughts on having Ukraine's president be the Person of the Year for Time magazine?
Well, I think it's a well-deserving event and a great boost to the people of Ukraine and to the president. By the way, it's the award that Time magazine gave not just to Zelensky, but to the people of Ukraine. And that, to me, is very on point and very pivotal, because Zelensky's leadership and greatness in that sense is not due to some kind of superhuman quality or absolute ingenious approach to government or anything like that. It has more to do than anything else with his heart being in the right place, with his sensitivity to the society, to what people need, the compassion to be with them, the courage to stand with them to death if needed to defend their country. And that kind of sense, he channeled, in a sense, the resilience and the will to resist of the Ukrainian people, to fight for freedom, to defend their independence and sovereignty. And that what created that synergy between him and the nation that resulted in this inspiring leadership. So I think it's a good choice.
And on social media, Twitter kind of blowing up with this, people having their own comments about what they think, who should have won. What do you say to those people who say that he didn't deserve it? and that the people of Ukraine didn't deserve it.
Well, I would just roll my eyes, basically. Not just as a human being, but also as a scholar, because I do opinion surveys in Ukraine, and we were able to interview the same people in July of this year whom we interviewed before the war, and a lot of findings defy a lot of social science traditional research, showing how much Ukrainians as a nation rallied not just for the leader, but for basic freedoms, for democratic institutions and values. That kind of coming together and sensing that great civic identity is absolutely incredible. And I think it's hard to imagine for me right now any instance, even on a global scale, where you would observe that kind of phenomenon.
And I'm not saying Putin reads Time magazine by any means, not sure he does, but what do you think he would think of Ukraine's president being named the Person of the Year?
Well, I definitely think that I think it upsets him. I think it definitely makes him feel that the world is supporting Zelensky, and it thwarts his plans in many ways, because Putin's strategy of long war and of whittling down Ukraine's capacity to resist rests on the idea that the West at some point would get tired of supporting Ukraine. So this kind of development clearly signals that he, and I hope he is wrong on that. So that is the thing. Also, what a contrast. Putin was named Time magazine Man of the Year, I believe, in 2008. And one kind of hope maybe at that time was that Putin served his first 2 terms as president in office, and he would respect the Russian constitution and just become a retired influential leader. But Putin had other plans. He manufactured the transition to being prime minister, then returned as president. Now the constitution has changed, and clearly the design is for him to rule for as long as he lives. And so that kind of autocratic grip on power is symbolized instead of maybe what the hope was then in 2008. And also, when the Time magazine journalists came to visit him, he snubbed them directly. He didn't talk to them much. He left at the beginning of the dinner that they were supposed to have with them. So what a contrast, I think, that we will see with the way Ukraine and Zelensky will respond to that.
And it's interesting, and I know that we have talked about this before, but do you think that Putin underestimates Zelensky? We know that Zelensky was a comedian turned, I guess you could say, politician here. Do you think he's underestimated by Putin?
Yes, I think he was underestimated a great deal. And indirectly, a few days ago, Putin admitted it by saying that the objectives were not fulfilled as early as they hoped. But at the same time, Putin, I think, still has a rather arrogant and domineering kind of attitude toward Ukraine as a nation. I don't think he recognizes that Ukraine is a rightful sovereign state, that the people of Ukraine deserve their choice of what kind of government they want, of what kind of alliances they want to enter. I think that remains there, and that's why Putin continues to put a lot of effort into fighting this war.
Do you think there's any end in sight for this war? It's been going on now for, I mean, we're getting close to a year.
Well, the end of this war will depend on the military situation on the ground. And Putin's objective remains unchanged. It's to subjugate Ukraine, to get a bridgehead to influence wider Europe, and to counter our American interests all over the world. So to give him more power for geopolitical aggrandizement. Now, the only way to stop it is actually for Ukraine to acquire military capabilities that can not only defend the territories within Ukraine except Russian attacks, but also to deter Russia long-range strikes. And we have provided tremendous assistance to Ukraine. Our HIMARS systems, for instance, helped Ukrainians take back a lot of territory that Russia initially conquered. But the new strategy that Russia has been pursuing since early October is very dangerous to Ukraine and to those of us who care about sovereignty and international law. The airstrikes that Russia delivers about once a week, those mass airstrikes, already destroyed about half of Ukraine's power grid, power system. And if more is destroyed, eventually there will be situations when ammunition is hard to ship to the front. Even the assistance we give may be stuck somewhere. Military hospitals will not be able to treat the wounded. Food will be harder to deliver. And yet Russia continues those relentless land assaults in the east. About 10 assaults every day in places like Bakhmut and Avdiivka. And so this is like a velociraptor strategy. You keep pushing at that grid. As soon as Ukraine falters, Russia may make significant breakthroughs. And so that strategy is hard to counter, considering Russia's predominance in population and natural resources, that it has industrial base to fight the war. But the credible threat to Russian capabilities that deliver those airstrikes is going to make a difference, I think.
All right, Mikhail Alexeyev, as always, thank you for being here. Anything else that you want to add before we let you go?
Well, I would say thank you very much for bringing the story of Zelensky, particularly, I think, with the breaking news, and I'm very glad that one of our citizens is back home. But at the same time, of course, it kind of overshadowed a little bit the Zelensky story, and I'm very glad that you guys are keeping an eye on it and keeping things in good balance.
Of course, yeah, we're definitely keeping track of Brittany Griner and how everything is going with that situation. I don't know if you'd call that a win or a loss for Putin at this point. It's up in the air.
Yeah, I mean, Putin will definitely present it as a big win domestically, and probably in his mind, it's a win because he thinks that, you know, oh, Americans wanted to swap two people and I only gave him one person in this prisoner swap. But the way that these things go, and considering that there was an opportunity, and considering that even though the person who was exchanged for Brittany Griner, the merchant of death, Victor Bout, is somebody who has deep ties to the Kremlin, who, of course, made that huge, dark, clandestine arms shipment business back in the 90s with Kremlin connections to the former KGB people, the kind of circle that was around Putin, that nurtured Putin. And so that's why it's a kind of an important person for them. But since then, things developed quite a lot, and a lot of activities that he conducted were superseded by the Russian state, by developments in the Russian military, Russian security services, private military groups such as Wagner that fights in Ukraine. So in some ways, of course, what he did is no longer as important in terms of security and military issues that Russia has. So, but it's a symbolic kind of boost for Putin in certain ways.
All right, Mikhail Alexeyev, thank you so much as always. I'm sure we'll have you on again soon.
All right, taking a live now look from our XRAD weather radar in what could be the final chapter of this highly impactful coast-to-coast storm. Our Fox Forecast Center says that there is a growing possibility that an area of a low pressure could develop near the east coast as this system continues to slide into the northeast late this week. Let's take a quick break and we'll check in with our Fox weather team right after this. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. The time is now 8:35 a.m. and we are taking a Live Now look at our XRAD weather forecast. We are closely following what's being called a coast-to-coast storm. The winter storm is looming in the northeast, specifically, really bracing for snow later on this week. Let's go ahead and check in with our Fox weather team, who's bringing us more.
More snow or some less snow. GFS as well as the Euro right now, they're not really in full agreement here. And when we talk about different models, basically what they do is they take the same information and they weigh them differently here. But as you can see here, Britta, the GFS model showing much more snow for places like Binghamton as well as Westchester. The Euro right now showing a little bit less.
And let's get back to the severe weather threat that we're concerned about across the South. And it really is starting later tonight, but Tuesday is the big impact date. Later tonight, we could see some thunderstorms developing between Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas, all of which could produce some gusty winds and hail. But tomorrow, this cold front is going to roll into a very moisture-rich environment, and that's going to increase the chance of tornadoes. So I'll pause the clock on our future track later this afternoon. Again, isolated storms not out of the question, but look at the difference here as we continue to animate through time. We start to see a line of thunderstorms develop in Texas and Oklahoma Oklahoma on our Fox model. This is 4 o'clock in the morning on Tuesday, and it just continues as we work our way through Tuesday night. And as that cold front really works its way into Louisiana around 4 or 5 o'clock tomorrow evening, that's when we're concerned about the increased chance of tornadoes. We have a very likely setup of severe weather in north central Louisiana, but we could see these storms form as far north as Little Rock. Also, East Texas is a spot that we need to look out for. And then the storm is not going to disappear on Wednesday. It's just going to push eastward. Now, the risk of severe weather is slightly lower on Wednesday, but still very present from New Orleans all the way through Apalachicola and then stretching into central portions of Alabama and Mississippi. So everyone just really needs to be prepared that the next 3 days are going to be very active, especially across Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. And again, all modes of severe weather on tap here, between tornadoes into large hail and also damaging straight line winds. Now, the severe threat that is looming across the South for tomorrow night and Wednesday is, of course, a very large concern. Let's bring in meteorologist Dylan Cooper from National Weather Service office out of Little Rock. Dylan, we wanted to touch base with you because you guys had a big revamp of your radar. Of course, this is a nationwide project that we've been working on for quite some time, and the schedule for Arkansas was actually up previous to our last deadly tornado outbreak across Mississippi and Alabama. I understand that everything is finished up and you guys are back online just in time for tomorrow night, correct?
Indeed. Good morning, Britta. Good morning, Jason. We did actually complete the radar maintenance at the very end of last week. It's a 2-week process. They actually got it done a little bit ahead of schedule, so the radar is now fully functional again. We are ready for whatever Mother Nature brings us tomorrow.
And I was looking at the calendar there, and it seemed like it was a little quick. Was that done on purpose, Dylan? Did you guys, obviously we've been looking at this risk. I mean, the Storm Prediction Center gave a day 7 outlook for this event that we're going into. Did you look at the forecast and say, hey, we need to step on it here and get this back up online?
Well, thankfully, the crews that actually worked on replacing the radar pedestal, they were very quick, very efficient. So they actually have some time built into their schedule just in case there's a delay. If you remember, we did have a severe weather event a couple of weeks ago, or one that we were anticipating. So we actually delayed the onset of that maintenance for a couple of days, but they were able to get in there and get that work done quickly to get the radar back up for us.
Now, Dylan, looking at the severe weather setup going into tomorrow night and continuing, through Wednesday, it looks like the tornado potential is slightly higher south of Little Rock. Doesn't mean that it can't happen for Arkansas, but it does look like the parameters are slightly higher for Louisiana. How does your radar in Little Rock help the folks that are farther down to the south across Shreveport and also Alexandria?
Yeah, so our radar is part of a network of radars across the country, over 100 radars within the NexRad system. So we have our radar here. There's a radar in Shreveport, Louisiana, a radar in Jackson, Mississippi. And they all kind of work in tandem to scan the skies. One of the unfortunate limitations of the radar system is the further away you get from the radar, the more you are not able to see low levels in these storms, which is typically where we watch for rotation when tornadoes develop. So having more radars, ours included, is going to give us a better opportunity to scan as much of the atmosphere as possible to catch those tornadoes before they spin up.
Yeah, there's a reason why we have that saying in English language, underneath the radar, because literally these types of setups, sometimes they can happen underneath the radar, which is why it's so important to have every radar online. Well, Dylan, we appreciate your insight. We'll be checking in with you throughout the storm itself, and hopefully, any tornadoes that do pop up over the next couple of days, they're out in an open field away from anybody that they can hurt.
That's what we're hoping for. Thank you.
Take care.
Well, from Little Rock to the upper Midwest, let's check in with Fox 6 on much more with what your central region will look like.
Our gloomy stretch of weather continues for the upper Midwest, and it is going to be changing, but not for the better, at least. We're going to be seeing widespread rain and snow. Emphasis on the snow for the Dakotas, northern Minnesota. Between Tuesday and Wednesday, they're going to be seeing some impressive totals, and northern Wisconsin as well. But it looks like the Milwaukee area is mostly staying rain. A little more details as the week goes on.
And And the climate crisis is targeting your favorite cup of joe, which you might be wanting to grab some hot coffee this morning, because look at what it looks like in Solitude Mountain. We have the snow coming down. Although it's beautiful, unfortunately, it does create a lot of hazards. And this is part of our coast-to-coast storm. And we're looking at significant impacts for the Dakotas as the storm comes out of Utah and moves into the plains.
Yeah, but it has at least been doing wonders for the snowpack out there, because we've been talking a whole lot about the drought and the fact that, you know, the state of Utah is still dealing with extreme drought here. So good news for those of you who like doing some skiing. You are definitely going to be getting some fresh snow here, but look at that air temperature, 33 degrees. Ooh, it's a little chilly out there.
Yeah, so you might want that hot cup of joe, that's for sure. You heard me say it. We've had climate crisis impacting coffee beans, and that means that we might have a little shortage on our hands. We'll let you know about that coming up on Fox Weather First.
Uh-oh. Wait, whenever you talk about shortage, my friend, that means
money.
Money, 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 money. All right, well, let's take a live look this morning over in Spain, where it is already the afternoon time. We're seeing a mix of sun and clouds. Either way, though, it definitely is a wish that you were here moment. Much more on Fox Weather coming up after this.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. AAA just released its year-end travel forecast, and an estimated 112 million Americans will take a trip for the holidays, including more than 1 million Floridians. Joining us now is Fox 13's Regina Gonzalez. Regina is live from the Tampa International Airport with more statistics. Good morning, Regina.
Yeah, good morning, Rain. So this data from AAA that was just released over the weekend is taking a closer look at how many people are going to travel by land, air, and sea. They're taking a look at how many people want to drive, how many people want to head here to the airports and fly and get the most out of their time, don't want to deal with the hassle of being on the roads. And then they're also taking a closer look at the cruising industry, which is definitely bouncing back finally after taking a major hit during the pandemic. Here in the state of Florida, they're saying 6.3 million Floridians are going to take a trip of some sort. So out of those 6.3, they're saying that 5.8 million will hit the roads. Drivers are actually getting a pretty early gift of plunging gas prices. According to their research, the state average has declined 41 cents per gallon since November 10th and should get even cheaper in the next 13 days leading up to Christmas. But like I mentioned, some would rather just maximize the time they have and fly. So that's that's why demand for flights has surged despite high airline ticket prices right now. On average, airfares cost 6% more than this time last year. AAA says airports will be packed around the country, not just here in Florida. They expect the number of people taking holiday flights to closely match those from 2019, when 7.3 million Americans traveled by air. So if you haven't booked your flights yet, and Christmas is only 13 days away, they do recommend getting a move on it, choosing ones that leave early in the day, booking direct flights to avoid drama with layovers, and then flying on Christmas Day because you might have better scheduling and you actually might have cheaper deals. Others who don't want to fly or drive may be heading to the ports, and they're not even waiting until Christmas or New Year's. Right now here in the Tampa Bay area, Port Tampa Bay is currently experiencing its busiest 3-day cruise stretch of the year. From this past Saturday to today, a total of 7 ships are boarding and disembarking. That's actually the most it's seen within just a 5-day period in the port's history. Cruise lines like Royal Caribbean say a lot of people took advantage of package deals. They said Black Friday was actually the single largest booking day in their history. So after today, 19 more cruises are going to come in and out through January 2nd. This is great news for Bay Area businesses. If you guys are familiar with the Port of Tampa Bay, there's a lot of restaurant districts, a lot of shopping centers that have been built over the years. Those areas are seeing a lot of foot traffic right now because obviously when you have all these people coming in and out, they're shopping, they're waiting for their ships to get in. So it's definitely been good for Bay Area businesses. But regardless of what type of trip you are taking, like I mentioned, Christmas is just 13 days away. It's really hard to believe. So definitely get a move on it now so you can get the best deal possible. If you are booking, because it's the holiday season, a lot of travel experts are saying insurance, any type of travel insurance is definitely worth the extra money, Rain.
Speaking of Christmas, have you done your Christmas shopping yet?
I have. The shopping part is done. It's the wrapping that I really need to get to. Otherwise, I'm just going to start handing all these gifts to everybody. Have you?
Goodness. I haven't even started yet. So I have a busy weekend planned. All right.
So don't worry about the travel. Just get on the shopping.
As long as the people close to me have their little gifts, that's fine. I probably won't do too much traveling because, as you mentioned, Christmas is 13 days away. It's a little last minute, but at least I got my shopping done. All right, guys, That was Fox 13 Tampa's Regina Gonzalez joining us with that update again. 112 million Americans will be hitting the roads or the skies this holiday season. So if you are traveling, make sure that you are being extra safe this season. All right, we are quickly approaching the 9 a.m. hour. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Oh, God help us, Joe. Don't make a blooper reel.
All right, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are taking a Live Now look from Ocean City, New Jersey. The time there, 8:51 a.m. What a beautiful look. Beautiful start to the morning there in Ocean City. So this next segment coming from our very own Christy Larson. She's having a conversation with a New Jersey senator, and they're talking about politics. Let's listen in.
Electing our members of Congress as well as our leaders in each and every single state. Sometimes we make a bit of fun when it comes to our politicians, but that's exactly what one politician's doing himself. Senator John Bramnick from New Jersey is also using that as part of his comedy routine. So he's a politician by day, but then a comedian by night. He's joining me here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining me here. And let's just talk about that relationship. It seems like just such a dramatic difference between those two worlds.
Well, it shouldn't be. If you take yourself too seriously, you shouldn't actually be in any profession, because part of, in my judgment, being a professional is having a light side as well. Like if I go to a doctor and the doctor seems really confident and can joke around a little bit, it actually helps me because I believe he's so confident that he doesn't have to be 100% serious. So I think I do that in my law practice as well. Like, I know my business so well that I can actually joke about it.
So when you're thinking about all of these different sides to you, do you have a certain favorite, or what's some of the benefits and some of the downsides of being involved in so many of these different worlds?
Well, that's interesting. It's a really good question. And the reason is I like diversity, right? So sometimes, you know, you really want to get into a very tough issue. You want to really help someone by putting in some legislation. Sometimes you're in the mood to joke around, and once in a while you got to make some money. So I got to practice law as well, because the comedy's not paying much and the politics isn't paying much, so I need a real job.
What one is your biggest passion, would you say? Because I know some people are going to hope that you give one answer.
Wow. I would say my biggest passion is helping people, either making them laugh, or if they can't get a hold of a government agency, I can step in and pick up the phone. So it's really anytime I can be of assistance in making someone's life a little better, and it sounds a little corny, but if I can make some people laugh, or if someone has a real problem with government or even the private industry and I can get on as a state senator, that's my passion. So it's a combination of both, really.
So when people have been talking with you before and find out, maybe first of all they went to a comedy show and they find out you're a politician, or maybe it's the opposite way, maybe they've gone to a town hall meeting and come to you with issues and then they found out you're also a comedian, are there some people who are upset by your decision to be involved in both?
Well, there's always somebody on social media who will criticize you no matter what you do, but that's the rare instance. What I do find, though, as a litigator, that I've gone to a deposition and all of a sudden the other lawyer sees my other side come out, which is a fairly, let's say, aggressive litigator. They'll go, I thought you're the funniest lawyer in New Jersey. I said, yeah, sometimes. And sometimes I'm not that funny. So yes, that surprises people when they see the tough side. And in Trenton, when I have to be tough on an issue, that shocks them. But then when I go out to comedy at night, I'll get criticism on social media. They go, why don't you just go fight the governor, Phil Murphy, and quit joking around? There's one thing about social media. I don't care what you post. Somebody doesn't like it. So you've got these mean-spirited people, and there's not many of them, but I think they need psychiatric help. Whatever happened to them in elementary school, they turned out to be really mad at the world. It's a small portion of society, but they're a loud, loud voice. And we have to put them down. I think the people in the middle have to say those crazy people should just shut up.
Well, I'm sure there's some people who do think, you were elected into, state legislator to do a job, to help get some things passed, to help make things a little bit better for everyone who lives in your district and in your state. And they might say you need to put the comedy aside and get down to work. I know there's a lot of people who don't think lawmakers do enough. So what do you say to them when they think that you should be more focused on one side of your career rather than the other?
Well, we're part-time legislators in New Jersey, so we're actually supposed to have another career. It's the concept of you're supposed to be in the real world, and then on certain dates, you're supposed to go down and make the laws. So I think you're supposed to bring your experiences to Trenton. You're not supposed to be a full-time legislator. If they wanted a full-time legislator, then the Constitution would have done that. That's how Congress people are. I'm a part-time legislator, part-time lawyer, part-time comedian. And guess what? Having a real law practice and having a real comedy career, it helps me when I go into Trenton. If you're just involved in government, you can lose your perspective 100% because you're so locked up in the world of government, which is not a real world. I don't think it reflects what the normal person goes through. So I think I have better experiences being normal and being in the comedy clubs than I do sitting in Trenton.
And that's something that you've mentioned before and talked about is that being authentic and making sure that there is a little bit of a mix of more of your own personality into your politics. So explain a bit more about that too, because that really does play a big aspect in today's world when it comes to electing our politicians.
Well, if you sound like a politician, I call it political speak, where they go, first and foremost, we're working together to move forward, but they don't say anything, right? So I think that if you sound like you're real, they'll go like this, this politician doesn't sound like a politician. Sounds like they're actually speaking from their heart. And I try to do that in Trenton. I surely do it in the comedy clubs, and I do it on my law practice. So what you're looking to do is let people see the real person, even if they don't agree with everything. I think the person who created that was really Chris Christie when he said, get the hell off the beach, right? People like that. They don't want to hear, well, I think it would be safe to go home and let's all work together. No. People really in today's world want to see you. And I can tell you right now, they're seeing me, especially at night.
Well, speaking of that, you do have shows that are going to be coming up. So talk about ways that you kind of do use your politics and your life as a lawyer into your comedy acts.
Right. So you also have to talk about things that everybody understands. So one of the things I do is I open up and I'm wearing a tie and jacket, and I'll walk out and I'll say, John Bramnick, funniest lawyer in New Jersey, competition's pretty light. So right away, you're basically putting down yourself and you're telling people what they think to begin with. So you've gotten their attention. I go, and I've got some bad news for you and some good news. The bad news is you paid money to see a lawyer tell jokes. The good news is I'm not getting paid either. And that's the other thing. I don't get paid. I don't want to take money because I don't want people to say I'm making money off great. If someone wants to give me money, I say give it to charity. So I don't take any money for any of my appearances. And then I go into the fact that I said, I'm also, to add insult to injury, I'm a New Jersey politician, so you can trust everything I'm about to tell you. So I start off with 3 things that most people think about but don't say. And then I go into things like my family, because everybody has a family. I'm starting to work on a new one asking it, hey, is any family not dysfunctional? Raise your hand. And I'm going like this, really? Really? So, and then I can talk things about my family, when I was growing up. And I think people want to hear that.
A lot of people also think, instead of putting down the other party side, why don't you try to work with them to get things done? Because some people think things move just a little bit too slow when it comes to the work lawmakers do. So how are you trying to help improve maybe the image of some of the politicians too, other than making fun of some of the things that you guys do?
Well, I work on that a lot. And that is that it's not personal. And when I attack the other side, yeah, that's great for the small amount of people in my party who want me to attack the other side, but the majority of people don't want to hear that. So I say none of these issues are personal, right? I may disagree with the Democratic Party on a lot of issues, but I don't hate them, and I understand why they do it. I'm just trying to convince the middle of the country or the middle of the state to say, hey, I think this is the way we should go. But I get it. I understand why they do it. And I'm clear about that. I was a political science major. I just disagree with them. And and if you recall when that woman was attacking Obama, when John McCain was running for president, and he turned to the woman and said, just stop. He's a family man. He's a good man, but I just disagree with what he has, his positions. There shouldn't be any hate. What's the point?
Yeah, hate's not the way to get work done, especially when it comes to some of these top issues that we're facing. And we really appreciate, too, that you're trying to help make it all happen in a little bit of a lighter way as well. Anything finally that you want to add in when it comes to balancing all of these jobs?
After meeting for 20 years in politics and being in the comedy clubs, I decided I can't tell people what they do wrong, so I just wrote this book, Why People Don't Like You, that you can get on Amazon, right? And it's all it is pictures and stuff. I don't know if you can see it. My wife did the drawings here. And basically it's things like, if you come to my house and you bring a bottle of wine as a gift, don't drink the bottle of wine you brought, okay? Don't ask me to open your bottle of wine, then you didn't bring me a gift. Bring 2 bottles of wine, okay? Give me one and say I brought this one for us to drink. Otherwise, it's not a gift. So I've got 200 of those to try to remind you why people don't like you.
Yeah, you're really trying to work on the way, people perceive certain, images of those different job titles that they hold. So we appreciate you talking to us about it and giving us a little insight into your world, especially since you have so many fingers in different places. And we appreciate your time here today. Again, Senator John Bramlett joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for being here with me.
I appreciate your time. Have a great day.
All right, a huge thank you to Live Now from Fox's Christy Larson, bringing us that very interesting, insightful interview when it comes to the realness of politics. We are getting this Live Now briefing coming to our desk out of New York. Now, with the rise of anti-Semitism across the country, officials in New York City are doing their part to combat the issue. We have the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, New York Senator Chuck Schumer, the governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, as well as the mayor of New York, Eric Adams. They're all taking part of this initiative to stop hate crimes and combat anti-Semitism in the state. Let's listen in, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Go back to Israel, stupid Jew. In the United States, the most violent attacks come from the right. And the most frequent attacks on our community here come from the left. Our communities are living with this every single day in our streets, in our neighborhoods, in our shuls, in our schools. And our kids on university campuses are facing and living a hostile environment that needs to be remedied. That's why we are here. And there's another very important piece of why we are here. We're here because the most frequently asked question in our community which is keenly aware and constantly conscious of its history, is, so why isn't this 1939? What makes this different? Are we naive when things like this start to happen with such frequency? Why should we, the Jewish people who have moved over our history from once hospitable country to another, then to be once hospitable country? Why is this moment any different? Can we have any sense of security? This morning's program, this morning's opportunity, is what gives us some sense of the hope of the difference that America in 2022 will be different. And that is because today and last week and last month and God willing next week and next month and next year, our elected officials, our leaders of law enforcement, express zero tolerance for this. In America of 2022, yes, there are unnerving levels of expressions of anti-Semitism on the streets. There is an unacceptable level of anti-Semitism in the universities. And there is, as well, a growing but so troublesome presence of anti-Semitism on the fringes of our political spaces. But the mainstays, the center, the strength, the powerful and influential leaders of our government and our community stand up with one voice. For this morning, we invited the most significant leaders in our political community. And they came. They came and they are coming in a heartbeat to be with us, to stand with us, to express the commitment that America will be different, that they will be there for us, for our community, that they are there for us and for our community. We are deeply and profoundly grateful for that, for their leadership. To begin to introduce our guests, it's my pleasure and privilege to call upon our professional leadership of advocacy. This morning, we call upon Nathan Diamond, the director of our Washington office.
Good morning. You know, one of the cliches that people will say in this role at events like this is that the next speaker needs no introduction. And that's certainly true with regard to Senator Schumer in the sense that I don't need to introduce to this community who Senator Schumer is. But Senator Schumer needs an introduction to make sure we're all aware of what he's done for this community in recent years. He's always been a leader advocating for the needs of the Jewish community, advocating for the welfare of the State of Israel. But in recent years, as our community, like the American community at large, faced the COVID pandemic and its disruptions and so much more, Senator Schumer, the highest-ranking Jewish elected official in American history, really stepped up in an unprecedented way and made sure that our community's institutions, our shuls and schools and other institutions received the support they needed to weather the COVID storm. In the CARES Act, in the follow-up to the CARES Act, in the American Rescue Plan, all of our synagogues and schools and other faith institutions were able to participate in the PPP loans and all the other sources of support for education because Senator Schumer worked with us to ensure that nonprofit organizations in general and religious nonprofits in particular received that support. And certainly in the area of security, Senator Schumer has been a leader for our community ever since we, together with him and other allies, created the nonprofit security grant program at the Department of Homeland Security, which this synagogue that we're sitting in has benefited from, and which thousands and thousands of other synagogues and schools have benefited from. And as we're working right now to advocate for increased funding for the NSGP grants, of course, Senator Schumer is at the tip of the spear and leading the way. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to introduce someone who we know so well and does so much for us, the Senate Majority Leader, Senator Charles Schumer.
Well, thank you, Natan, and good morning to everybody. I want to thank everyone, OU, for putting this wonderful and important and vital event together. My good friend Natan Diamond, Moshe Bain, Mitch Ader, Josh Joseph, and everyone at OU for putting this together. And I want to thank Rabbi Hauer for his really vital and inspiring remarks. Toda rabah. Thank you, Rabbi. I don't know where you are, but there. Thank you. Now, I'm heading down to Washington first thing. Senate opens early this afternoon to wrap up things before the end of the year, including the national security grants that Natan mentioned. But I didn't want to miss being with you here today because today is so important. I want to thank also our hosts, Rabbi Shaul Robinson, and the beautiful Lincoln Square Synagogue as well. Thank you, Shaul. And I want to recognize the other elected officials who I believe are coming DH Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, New York State Governor Kathy Hochul, and New York City Mayor Eric Adams. My friends, we're gathering here today during troubling times. Like all of you, I feel the same fear, the same dread, the same alarm that past generations of Jews have felt when anti-Semitism rears its ugly head. After decades of hard-won progress, tamping down anti-Semitism in America, we have now experienced a dramatic resurgence in the last few years. Not only slurs, not only graffiti and threats, all of which are abhorrent and unacceptable, but also physical violence against our Jewish brothers and sisters, sometimes tragically deadly. Poway, Jersey City, Muncie, Pittsburgh, and the so many incidents we hear of almost weekly aimed at our shuls and people on the streets simply because they're wearing a kippah. All American Jews know and remember the names and incidents I have mentioned. They are seared into our memories. And unless we can come together as a community and as a country to address this crisis, I fear we will have to add more names to that list. As the highest-ranking Jewish elected official in American history, I feel a special responsibility to this community. And, as Natan mentioned, I've always fought hard to deliver for you. And I want to thank the OU, because together we have not only created the Nonprofit Security Grant Program, which helps religious institutions protect themselves from hate crimes and terrorist attacks, but we have started with $90 million in 2020, doubled it to $180 million in 2021. I increased it to $250 million this year, and right now, together with OU, Aguda, and many of the other Jewish organizations, as well as Christian organizations, we are working to get that up to $360 million in this year's omnibus budget. I also, as mentioned, during the pandemic, when our synagogues, our shuls, our shtiblach were suffering under financial strain, I made sure the PPP program included places of worship. For our yeshivot, I helped design and fund the emergency assistance to non-public school programs, which has delivered hundreds of millions of dollars to religious schools in New York. And even with the grants of the $1,400, which were originally limited to 3 people, one of the leading Hasidic rabbis called me up and said, "No one has just 3 kids in our community." We made sure it applied to everybody. Now, I didn't do these things for political accolades. I did them because they were the right thing to do. They're in my heart, they're in my neshama. And because I know too well what can happen when a society turns its back on its Jewish citizens. As a young boy, I grew up hearing stories of my great-grandparents. My great-grandfather was a leading tzaddik in Galicia, now part of Ukraine. And he took very seriously God's commandment, Peru Urvu, be fruitful and multiply, and they had 18 children. The 3 youngest were sent to America, including my grandpa. The rest stayed in a place called Chortkov near Tarnopol in western Ukraine, and now in western Ukraine. In 1941, the great tzaddik, my great-grandfather, had passed away, but they asked my great-grandmother to gather her children and her grandchildren on the porch of her home, as they asked all the Jews in the community to gather in the town square. More than 30 people from our greater family gathered, from 85 years old to 4 months old. The Nazis said to her, "You're coming with us." My great-grandmother, who by all reports was a powerful woman, said, "We're not leaving." And the Nazis machine-gunned down every last one of them, from 85 years old to 4 months. And I tell those who accuse Jewish politicians, "Oh, you're just for Israel for the money." I tell them I would have had a lot more aunts and uncles, cousins and nieces and nephews had there been in Israel. My friends, these are the stakes. It is true, as Rabbi Hauer mentioned, the U.S., Baruch Hashem, praise God, is not Nazi Germany. The roots of democracy and tolerance are much deeper here. They are what our society was founded on. But at any time, anywhere, our history for thousands of years has shown us when anti-Semitism rears its head and now rises to the horrible levels it has, if we don't speak out, it can grow deeper and deeper and deeper. Blame the Jew has always been a scapegoat, an excuse for those who are anguished about other things. And so we have to do everything we can. Now, when the former president of the United States welcomes at his own dinner table several vicious anti-Semites, and then, rather than apologize afterwards, he lectures American Jewish leaders for insufficient loyalty, it is incumbent on all of us to speak out. And I am so proud of the so many in this organization, including OU, Aguda, and many others, who did speak out strongly. And I think it meant a lot to me and to so many others in this country, Jew and non-Jew alike. Because if you only care about anti-Semitism, coming from your political opponents, you aren't fully committed to fighting anti-Semitism, plain and simple. Because I shudder, I absolutely shudder, to think of what it would mean for the safety of our children and their children and their children after that, if the ideology developed by those, elevated by those on the far right and the far left, were to keep seeping into our society like a poison. And I must say that some, certainly not all, of the anti-Israel sentiment among some here in this country seeps right over into anti-Semitism, plain and simple. No political prize can ever be worth eroding the rights and the privileges and the relative safety that we Jews have here in America, the greatest country on earth, the country with the deepest roots in democracy, the country that was founded on tolerance. In this city, when 28 Jews from Brazil got on a boat because they were kicked out of Brazil when Portugal took over and said no Jews, they came here to Manhattan Island. And Peter Stuyvesant, who was reputed to be an anti-Semite, said, you can't come. But the Dutch West India Company, which owned Manhattan then, said, we welcome the Jewish people here. They're hardworking and will be an asset to our community. So the roots of tolerance go deep. I would argue deeper than the roots of bigotry in America. But again, those roots of tolerance cry out for voices, to strengthen them, to remember them, to speak out in favor. My parents worked hard to build a good life in this country because of the tolerance and openness and opportunity that courses through all of American life. My dad was an exterminator and didn't go to college, and his son stands before you as the majority leader, the highest-ranking Jewish elected official in the United States Senate. My dad, Avraham, passed away a year ago, but he's still with me. I talk to him. I hear him. And there are many values he taught me that shaped my life. But the most important is this, to always trust in God. Do what you know is right. Never give up when there's a challenge, and Hashem will make sure you succeed. I believe that with every bone of my body, and I know you do too. And that means we must persist. We must never, never shrug our shoulders or say it'll go away on its own. We must persist every step of the way in fighting anti-Semitism from wherever it comes. No matter our political disagreements, This is something we can and must work together to achieve. Every year during Hanukkah, Chag Sameach to you all, every year during Hanukkah we remember the bravery of the Maccabees and the divine providence of God. This year, I humbly offer a prayer that one day, we will live in a world totally free of anti-Semitic violence, where we no longer need miracles just to survive. I believe that world is indeed possible, but only if we stay focused on the task at hand. So let us all recommit ourselves this morning to fully fighting anti-Semitism with clarity and conviction, in honor of our ancestors, in honor of the survivors and victims of violence, and in honor of the future generations that will benefit from what we are able to accomplish together. Thank you.
All right, that was the latest from Senator Chuck Schumer speaking on his Jewish faith, heritage, and why we must all work together to combat hate crimes and anti-Semitism. The time is now 9:22. Let's take a quick commercial break. We will revisit this announcement in just 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time here at 9:25 a.m. as we take this Live Now look from New York. We do expect to hear from the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security as he and other New York officials are speaking against the rise of anti-Semitism. Let's listen in, live, raw, and unfiltered.
National network, and we're very grateful for each and every one of you for being here today. I want to thank recognize our leadership, the President of the Orthodox Union, Moshe Bain, Rabbi Dr. Josh Joseph, the Executive Vice President and COO, Rabbi Hauer, who you heard, our Executive Vice President, OU's Chairman of the Board, Mitch Ader, Rabbi Ganak, who's the CEO of OU Kosher. I also want to, again, thank Rabbi Robinson for hosting us and welcome some other individuals here from other organizations who came today. So I want to thank and recognize Rabbi Moshe Indig from the Williamsburg Jewish Community Council for being here. I want to thank and welcome Rabbi Yechiel Kalish, the CEO of Hatzalah, for being here today. Masha Pearl, the Executive Director of the Blue Card Fund, for being here with us today. I want to welcome Hindi Pupko from the UJ Federation of New York for being here today. I also want to recognize Mitch Silber for being here today, the Executive Director of the Community Security Initiative, and if I can, it's a joint security effort, the UJ Federation of New York and the JCRC, and if you haven't availed yourself of the resources, they have a 12-person team, and they were absolutely instrumental in helping to avert the terrible potential tragedy a few weeks ago. So I just think they deserve a round of applause for everything that they are doing. And again, we're happy to direct schools or schools who could use their resources, and they have providing a tremendous amount of resources across the community. I also want to welcome and thank Daniel Lowy on the Executive Committee of TCMIS for being here. I want to thank and welcome Dan Perla from Prisma for being here, Yoli Rosenfeld from Bubba for being here as well, Avi Greenstein from the Borough Park JCC as well for being here. And I also finally want to recognize our partners, my friends, Rabbi Yerucham Silber from Agudath Israel of America, and Rabbi Chaim David Zwiebel, Executive Vice President of Agudath Israel of America. It's through this partnership, it's through this leadership of these other organizations that we're able to do so many things as a community. And Achdus is so important, and the Achdus you see in the room today is why you're hearing from these elected officials today. So it is with great appreciation that we welcome each of you here today. We're straight shooters at the OU. We don't want to waste your time. We can't waste your time. We are waiting for the mayor. The mayor is going to be here within 5 to 7 minutes. So you have two choices. Choice one is for me to improvise for the next 5 to 7 minutes. He likes that. Choice two is to let everyone move a little bit. The mayor's going to be here, and we'll continue the program, which is, I think, what we're going to do. Before we do choice two, which is what everyone wants, you can schmooze a little bit with your colleagues. I also just want to thank the incredible OU departmental leadership for being here. I see a number of them here today that are here. And it's just the OU does such incredible things around the world. And if you haven't availed yourself of our GLIC or Yachad or NCSY or our Torah programmings or our Impact Accelerator or the Women's Initiative or all these other incredible things we do, you have the next 5 minutes to schmooze with some of these amazing people and learn what they can do in your community. So stay tuned for station identification. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. Thank you all. If you could please stay in the room, the mayor's literally going to be here in about 5 minutes. So please try to stay in the room. Yeah.
There you have it. In about 5 minutes or so, we do expect the mayor of New York City, Eric Adams, who will also be joined by the governor, New York Governor Kathy Hochul. They will address the audience here and speak on how they are combating hate crime and anti-Semitism in the city of New York. The time is now 9:30. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time here 9:30 a.m. as we take this Live Now look from New York City. We are on standby to hear from the mayor of New York City, Eric Adams, as well as the governor, Kathy Hochul. The two will speak on anti-Semitism and in steps that they are taking to combat hate crimes in the state of New York. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and switch gears and get you all caught up on other top stories that we're paying very close attention to, because there could be a possible government shutdown now just days away. So lawmakers on Capitol Hill are making some progress, but the deadline comes at the end of the week. So let's check in with Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader, who's reporting from Washington this morning.
Well, Democrats have backed away from a threat to try to force through a spending bill today, but that doesn't mean this won't come right down to the deadline this week. Once again, we are creeping up on Christmas here on Capitol Hill, and both sides have been digging in their heels.
Our input, our voice, the voice of now the majority of the people in the country after January 3rd has not been recognized.
Short-term extensions are just a temporary solution to the ongoing crisis we face.
It's the usual dynamics here. Democrats pressing for more spending, many Republicans arguing for a temporary deal to get them to next year when they take over the House. Senate Appropriations Chairman Patrick Leahy just put the brakes on a plan to try to jam through a Democratic proposal today, saying that the two sides made some progress over the weekend. And it's possible, if we get to Thursday this week, just on the verge of a partial government shutdown, both sides could agree to a stopgap deal to buy some time.
There's no appetite for a government shutdown, I'm told by people close to the talks. What you could see is a 1-week continuing resolution, in a sense, to continue funding the government at the current levels for a week so that they can continue to negotiate a deal.
But still, deadlines here can also focus minds.
Can we do it in the next few days before the 16th? We can. Deadlines.
1 month since 4 University of Idaho students were stabbed to death in their off-campus home. Police still have no suspect, no motive, and no murder weapon, and they're warning students in the area to be vigilant, especially during winter graduation festivities. Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdams has more.
Right now, investigators warning the public to remain vigilant and travel in groups, as the killer is not yet behind bars. Take a look here. You can see from this drone footage, this is the area of the crime scene where those 4 students were stabbed to death 1 month ago. We know all of the victims got back to the home around 2 a.m. and police say they were killed sometime between 3 and 4 in the morning, but no suspect or murder weapon. How common is the knife that was used in these murders?
We're looking for a fixed blade knife, and those are you can buy one of those at just about any department store around here, any sporting goods store. They're very common. So we are looking for a fixed blade knife.
The families of Xana Kernodle, Maddie Mogan, Kaylee Gonsalves, and Ethan Chapin left with more questions than answers after this quadruple murder rocked the campus.
This case is not going cold. We have tips coming in. We have investigators out every day interviewing people. We're still reviewing evidence. We're still looking at all aspects of this. And I said early on that no stone will go unturned.
Police are looking for a white Hyundai Elantra. These are stock photos or examples from the police department, but they believe it's a 2011 to 2013 model. The car was spotted right here near the crime scene behind me. Investigators believe the person or people in that car could have vital information that could crack this case. Reporting in Musco, Idaho, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News. Right now, investigators
right along with other top stories. WNBA star Brittany Griner is finally back on United States soil after spending almost 10 months at a Russian prison. Here's more.
Let's talk about this even further with national security expert Hal Kempfer. And Hal, thanks so much for being with us. We didn't get to talk to you yesterday. No doubt you have a lot of thoughts, a lot of opinions on this. Walk us through what you were thinking yesterday, your reaction when you got the news, when we finally learned that this prisoner swap was a done deal. What went through your mind?
Andrew, my first thought was I was sorry to see that they couldn't get Paul Whelan into the deal. That had been the thing they've been working on for so long. And Russia, all reports are, and it's been consistent with everything we've gotten, Putin wanted to do a 1-for-1. We wanted basically a 2-for-1. Although, if you look at what they were charged with, they're not commensurate. I mean, she had less than an ounce of hashish or cannabis oil. And he was the merchant of death. He was the most notorious international arms trader, involved with all sorts of things, involved with arms trades where they were going to be targeting American citizens around the world. Very dangerous individual. They made a movie out of him that Nicolas Cage starred in. He's a very serious, very dangerous individual. She is not, and so there was no equivalency in terms of the trade. Paul Whelan been charged with espionage. The U.S. position is that this is purely sham charges, being held in prison. So it seemed commensurate for 2-for-1. According to Bill Richardson, Governor Richardson, former Governor Richardson, I should say, and everyone else I've heard on officially, he was never really in the mix, according to the Russians. The Russians just were not going to budge. There was talk about releasing a GRU colonel that was being held in Germany, who was basically an assassin, who's being held in Germany. The Germans said absolutely not. That's a non-starter. That was a name that was floated out there for a while, but basically it came down to a 1-for-1. With that said, I knew the Whelan family were going to be deeply disappointed. I also knew that there was going to be a lot of criticism of the Biden administration because, frankly, a lot of people would not see this as a fair deal. And I have to tell you, when you look at Whelan's situation, former Marine who was over there and what he was charged with, I'm sure some think, all right, why Griner? Why not Whelan? And there has been a lot of criticism out there on that as well.
Very much so. So much so that a lot of critics of this deal are calling it the deal with the devil. That kind of speaks to the imbalance in the alleged crimes, well, not alleged on Victor Bout's part, that were committed. I just want to play some of this video this is from Russian state television, but it is, the moments when Brittany Griner found out that she was going to be able to go home. I just want your reaction on some of this. The U.S. media obviously did not get access to this. We were not privy to this. Also, Hal, what did you make of the fact that the UAE played mediator? That's where the swap took place there. And the Biden administration was very, very out front saying these were negotiations only between the U.S. and Russia, to which I believe a senior member of the Gulf Cooperation Council said, no, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, they were in these negotiations as well. What's going on there?
Well, what I would say is, yes, for everything I've seen, it appears that the GCC members, the UAE and Saudi Arabia, were both players in making sure this happened. And, they have the ability to pick up the phone, call Putin, and, make some direct entreaties to him. Also, they have a different political situation. They're not the U.S., all right? And frankly, the way things are going internationally, certainly with Saudi Arabia, and Saudi Arabia just hosting Xi from China, there's probably a little bit of play there in other regards in terms of who has the most influence or whatever. And so that was actually an interesting dynamic to this. I don't know how much it swayed things. I don't know if maybe the deal wasn't already complete by the Biden administration for this deal, and maybe they just weighed in, but it was already a fait accompli, if you will. I just don't know. That more information on that, but I thought it was very interesting that the UAE was such a big player, but Saudi Arabia, by all reports, was also involved in it.
Oh, Hal, what do you make of the criticism, not only that people are saying this was the deal with the devil, there's Victor Bout right there on the plane, that if you're a celebrity in the United States, if you have a lot of wealth, fame, and power, you can skip to the front of the line if you are detained abroad?
That is the criticism. In fact, on Russia State Television, they were very explicit about that. They went right. I mean, they went right into the political fray. They said, Paul Whelan's problem was that he's, they basically made the comparison. He's male, she's female. He's white, she's black. He's straight, she's, basically she's lesbian, but also kind of basically pointing to the whole LGBTQ community in that regard. And they really were making comments to try and make this very divisive and to try and frame this thing as if the White House doesn't care about Paul Whelan because of what she represents with all these different categories they just mentioned.
Not only about Paul Whelan,
try to play domestic politics.
Not only about Paul Whelan, but about his service to the country. Even though he was dishonorably discharged, yes, but they went after that. That is right now being said on Russian state television propaganda.
Oh yeah, they're very much trying to. As a matter of fact, they're very much trying to use this to take as many shots as they can against the Biden administration. There's a lot of internal criticism of this, but Russia is playing this up, and actually, by reports, the Justice Department was not happy with this trade because they like to see equivalency. The charges don't match up. She had less than an ounce of cannabis oil, and he is the merchant of death. I mean, his stuff is so serious compared to what was basically trumped up charges on her. They were very upset that this exchange was going on. Apparently, that was an internal discussion within the administration for quite some time. But at the end of the day, like with all of these things at this level, the president's the one that makes the decision. And it's not the first time that in international prisoner exchanges that the Justice Department has not been completely satisfied with how this went, because they have a different criteria. The White House and the State Department are looking more at the international relations side, the political side, if you will, from a national security standpoint. And so they have their reason why they want to get this done. I think at some point they probably looked at it and said, that's the best deal we're going to get. That's it. And I don't know if this has anything to do with it, but I will tell you that historically, whether it's a war or something else, there's always that pressure to get it done by Christmas. I can't explain what that is, but more wars have been said we're going to have the troops home by Christmas. And it may be with Christmas approaching, the holidays being here, that maybe there was a little impetus, just let's get this done, do the best deal we can. But gosh knows, there is no equivalency between the alleged crimes of Brittany Griner and then what Victor Boot did. Those are not equivalent. But then again, I wasn't a negotiator, and everything I've heard from this indicates that this may have been the only deal that they were able to pull off.
Yeah, Hal, no doubt. For Griner's family, friends, relatives, fans, this is a Christmas miracle. To your point, though, about other agencies, departments within the Biden administration that might behind the scenes have balked at this deal. You were hearing yesterday from some defense reporters that members, senior officials at the Pentagon,
all right, guys, you're
are
streaming
concerned
live now from
that
Fox.
Victor
We're
Boot's just
currently
going to get out
listening
there
into an
again
update from our
and
national
start
security
selling
expert, Hal
arms
Kemper.
illicitly.
We'll dive back
like,
into the
he has been
international
known
headlines
to
in
do.
just a bit, but
Hal,
for
I
now,
also
let's
wanna
head out
bring
live
up
to Orlando, Florida. Joining us is Fox 35 Orlando's David Martin. David, it looks really festive behind you, so tell us about how Central Florida families are dazzling in the Christmas lights this year.
Well, that's a great way to introduce it, Rain. Good morning to you. On behalf of the Ice Queen, the Snowball, and Cole Neesmith, we welcome you to Dazzling Nights at Lou Gardens in Orlando. Cole Smith is the artistic director for Creative City Project. They're the ones that put on this Dazzling Nights with the help of Advent Health, who is one of the presenters and sponsors, right?
Yeah, of course.
Cole, good morning to you. Welcome to year number 3 of Dazzling Nights.
Here we are.
We have great footage of the nighttime spectacular of what you do here, and explain to our audience who's around the country, honestly, and around the world, what is Lou Gardens first off?
Lou Gardens is a beautiful 50-acre botanic garden just north of downtown Orlando, and it's a beautiful place to visit all year long.
All year long, but at Christmas time, it's especially gorgeous because of dazzling nights. What do you do at dazzling nights?
It's large-scale lighting installations that give us that sense of warmth for the holidays, and fun play areas like a giant 40-foot inflatable called Down the Chimney that invites guests to slide down the chimney. And of course the giant snow dome where you can come in, make some snow angels, have a snowball fight with your friends and family. These are the kinds of experiences we are creating for people.
It is every night. It's got food and beverages if you need to eat and drink.
Oh, of course. There's sweet treats, there's hearty meals, there's all kinds of beverages, including the adult kind.
And there's a laser show.
Yeah, every night there is a laser show every 30 minutes with live singers and lasers overhead. It's really beautiful.
And where can I buy tickets?
Tickets are at dazzlingorlando.com, as well as a lot of pretty pictures and all the information people need.
It's timed reservations. When you buy your ticket, you're buying a slot of time that you must come out here.
Yeah, we want to keep the guest experience pretty intimate, and so everybody's coming in at timed ticket entry.
Make sure you get some photo ops with the Ice Queen here. Good morning, Ice Queen. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
What do you do here on the property?
Well, I created Snowball and Creature, who we saw earlier, and I brought some of my Crystal Kingdom to Dazzling Nights to entertain and bring a little bit of a crisp weather change.
We need that, because what is Orlando when it's hot during the Christmas? No good. No bueno.
No, we need some snow, right?
Exactly. This is beautiful. I love it what you've done here. You always do amazing work. Cole Neesmith, Artistic Director of Creative City Projects. Come see Dazzling Nights at Lou Gardens nightly between now and January 1st. Rain will send it back to you in the studio.
All right, that was the latest from Fox 35 Orlando's David Martin. Always such a fun conversation whenever he joins our show. At this time, let's go ahead and switch gears. We're going to take you all back out live to New York City. We have here New York City Mayor Eric Adams speaking on how he and other city officials are working to combat hate crimes and anti-Semitism. Let's listen in.
Is going to have a foothold in this city. It will not happen. It will not happen. And anti-Semitism is not a Jewish issue. We need to be clear on that. Anti-Semitism is not a Jewish issue. It is a human issue. And when you do a real analysis, you'll see that it is leading the forms of hate that we're seeing. It's an old battle and it's an old fight that goes back to so many days of fighting anti-Semitism. But there's something new and different now. And if we do not meet that threat with the same level of aggression, we're going to fail. We're going to fail. And that is why I traveled to Greece, the seat of democracy across the globe, to talk with mayors across the globe as we engage in how do we combat this form of hate. I believe that it falls into three categories to win this battle. Battle number one, we have to look at the historical relationships between communities in general, but specifically the Black-Jewish relationship. So many of those who were the architect of those relationships and buildings have transitioned. They have departed. Some are still here, but overwhelming number of them that know the historical battles of marching with Dr. Kings, of being part of the unifications of the groups, they're no longer here. And we have failed to build out a pipeline. We have failed to be creative in how we get a new pipeline of leaders, of young people coming together on college campuses, in our schools, reaching out and communicating with each other so they can start to, number one, understand the historical relationship, but number two, to build on that new relationship and ensure that we know each other. I had a group of young people from the Syrian community who traveled to one of the countries in Africa to bring supplies and build bridges with those young people so that they can see the relationships that we have here in America and the Jewish and the communities of color. We must revisit that. We must have our young people go into synagogues and mosques and Baptist temples and Buddhist temples and churches We must learn the beauty of our diversity and how it brings the important behavior of how we interact with each other. We must explore how successful we were in Crown Heights, where 150,000 people of color were living among 15,000 Jewish leaders and Jewish constituencies and co-lived together in a peaceful manner. Even during the difficult moments, we came together and learned from that. We must look at how we continue to sit down across the table with each other, what we call breaking bread, building bonds in Brooklyn after we had a horrific attack with Jewish residents. 10 dinners, 100 dinners, 10 people at each dinner coming from different ethnic groups and backgrounds and doing something revolutionary, talking to each other, learning from each other. We need 1,000 of those dinners in this city, across the city, where we can all sit in a room and appreciate the lubricating value of a meal and how it brings down those barriers and walls as we aggressively start to build out the pipeline and make us all become ambassadors for acceptance, for tolerance, and for living in peace. Number two, we have to be very clear to those who spew hate. There should be a no plea bargaining rule if you are arrested for hate crimes. No plea bargaining. What does that mean? You assault someone because they're Jewish, because they're African American, because they wear a hijab, because of who they are, they wear a turban, then you should not have that assault downgraded to harassment. I don't believe we have one person who has been arrested for a hate crime that served time in jail. That is unacceptable. That sends the wrong message. It states that hate is acceptable. I personally believe that there are two types of ministry. There's a ministry that you should put in place to prevent crime, but I also believe there should be a prison ministry where you should go inside and learn from your actions and have an opportunity to think through before you ever do it again, and you would send the right message to those who are thinking about harming someone because of who they are and their way of life. We have been on a fast track in this city and in this country to pass laws that protect guilty people. When do we pass laws to protect people who do the right thing in our cities and in our countries across America? It's time for us to refocus our attention on the innocent people of this city and the innocent people of this country and stop being a safe haven for those who participate in criminal behavior and prey on innocent people in the city. And number three, which I believe is the most important thing we can do right now. Historically, a person with hateful thinking would be isolated in the corner of their home or their room spewing their hate. Social media has changed the dynamic. Social media has created an environment where people who have hateful thoughts are, number one, able to coalesce. Number two, they're able to seek out individuals who are feeling pain for some other reason and allowing them to funnel that pain into a hateful place. We have to have a full frontal assault on social media and the platforms that are spewing this hate. We have to organize around all the platforms and tell them they have a social and corporate responsibility to use artificial intelligence and algorithms to identify those with hateful speech, hateful rhetoric, and hateful recruitment, and immediately stop them from proliferating social media and poisoning the minds and radicalizing individuals. This is an important endeavor that we must participate in. And so what we are going to do, we're going to mobilize our young African American community. And you're going to be seeing some initiatives take place in the next few weeks, where we're going to bring them to the forefront to utilize the power of credible messengers, utilize the power of influencers to show how the direction we're headed is wrong. My Jewish brothers and sisters, we've normalized hate. Haters are comfortable right now. We made it into a brand. Words start to plant the seeds of action. And I'm truly alarmed and I'm concerned that if we do not grab hold of the comfort of spewing hate, it's going to continue to turn into action. That action is going to cascade not only throughout the city, the state, and the country, but throughout the globe. We must meet this threat head on. And those who have lived through the dangers of Holocaust, I remember being in Krakow, walking through the camps and seeing this devastation that started with just words and turned into actions. If we say never again cannot be at the completion of the task. Never again must be at the beginning of the task. We're at that point right now. Compare the words of today with the words of then, and the similarities are clear. And far too many people sat back and allowed it to happen. Voices from all over the country and every community must lift their voices and their actions to end this hate. Some of the things we must do, we should go behind closed doors and have conversations on how we're going to implement some of the plans in the days to come. I am ready to take upon this mantle. New York is the largest Jewish community outside of Tel Aviv. In fact, we call New York City the Tel Aviv of America. This Jewish community has assisted in dealing with hatred across the entire globe. Your organizations, like the organization here, you have done so much, but this task is not your task alone. Everyone of goodwill, voices should be clear, because history is going to reflect on this moment, and they're going to ask, where were you when these attacks were happening? This is our opportunity to change that question mark into an exclamation point, that we were united together to fight against hate. This is the right time for me to be the mayor of this city as we undergo this battle. I spent my life protecting not only the Jewish community throughout the borough of Brooklyn as a borough president, as a state senator, but also as a person who wore that bulletproof vest as a police officer. But this is what we have done for so many years in our partnerships. Let's continue to move this partnership to the next level. I'm proud to have received overwhelming support for the Jewish community as I made this attempt to be the mayor of this city. You were there with me then. I'm going to be with you now, and together we will end anti-Semitism. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could be seated again. It's my privilege to welcome the Governor of New York State Governor Kathy Hochul. I'll be brief because you got to hear from the governor. The governor brings real results, real results. This is deeply concerning to me. Quote, this bothers me. Quote, I'm going to aggressively combat this. This is the language of leadership, the language of someone who cares deeply about our community, the language of Governor Hochul. Governor Hochul speaks with this tone because she's been with us on this issue for a very long time. For the entirety of her elected career, decades, that's right, decades, she has led the fight against anti-Semitism in every form. After horrific anti-Semitic violence in Pittsburgh, Jersey City, and Muncie, Governor Hochul called me, others. How could I visit shuls? How could I visit schools? How could I learn what we can do? How can we make a difference? A few weeks ago, after an anti-Semitic threat was averted, which we talked about, she called me and others in the state to let us know this is a critical issue for our administration and to ask that leadership, to ask what else can be done. Once she has heard and spoken to our community about this troubling issue, she has sprang into unprecedented action. Action including tripling security funding to yeshivas and other non-public schools this past year, tripling it. Incredible. Action including budgeting and then appropriating tens of millions of dollars in security protections for our shuls, our schools, and camps. Action including signing executive orders to create counterterrorism units to tackle domestic extremism. Governor Hochul's language and laws have reverberated across the country. We've seen other governors and other states follow her lead. Not a week goes by where a legislator or governor doesn't ask us, please pass along what Governor Hochul is doing in the state of New York. Again and again, we've seen a pattern from Governor Hochul. By visiting Holocaust survivors to learn the concerns and then combating Holocaust denial through legislation and action, Governor Hochul is there for us. By visiting our students to hear their fears and make them understand that nobody should be afraid in this state. Nobody should be afraid to be Jewish. Governor Hochul is here for us. By speaking to this room today about what is going to happen immediately and tomorrow and the next day to fight anti-Semitism in substance and in form, Governor Hochul is here for us. Ladies and gentlemen, our friend and champion on these issues, Governor Hochul.
Good morning, and Maury, thank you for the enthusiastic introduction. I would expect no less. We've been friends a very long time, and I'm grateful for that. And I thank the Orthodox Union for this convening. We go about our busy lives, and you think about issues, you see them in the news, you're aware of them personally, but to have the leadership say, let's sit together. Let's call upon our leaders all the way from the federal level, and you're going to hear from Secretary Mayorkas, the leader in our nation to fight anti-Semitism and crime. He'll be here on his way very shortly. Then you hear from Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, one of the most powerful people in our nation, who's our very own from Brooklyn, understands our needs deeply. So you have the two top leaders from Washington and representing our nation come here today to address this issue. But also, to have Mayor Adams shows the power of working with the federal, the state, and the local leaders toward a unified approach to something that has gone on too long, perhaps more behind the scenes, but I believe was unleashed in 2016 when there became a normalization and an association with people who spew this hate that this country up until that time did not tolerate in a public way. Well, we've lost some ground, my friends, but it is time to cede that ground back. And leadership is what matters. A strong, powerful voice, united here in the state of New York, will be the lesson across the rest of the nation. And I could not be prouder to represent the largest Jewish community outside of Israel right here in New York. And as the mayor has said, that is why this is personal to us. This is our family. This is who we are as New Yorkers. We embrace everyone. And when you attack one of us, anyone, that is picking a fight with 20 million other New Yorkers, starting with your governor. And that is a fight I'm willing to take any day, any time, because I'm a fighter from Buffalo. And I say, let's mix it up. because you're trying to make individuals, because of their deeply held faith and traditions, feel marginalized or subjected to abuse and words of hate that hurt. It may not be the same as a physical fight or a physical altercation, but words and images can be painful, and people carry that within them, and that's why we have to let it out. We have to let people know what is happening to this community. Be public about it. Rise up in a sense. And also to realize that when we do not rise up and speak with a strong voice, calling out the perpetrators of hate speech and hate crimes, then we become complacent and complicit. And we saw the effects of that just in the last century, as someone who has visited the camps and spoken to family members. And you have to ask the question, where were the people? Where were their voices? Did they not see what was going on? Where was their spine? Where was their courage? And we know what happened. We lost millions and millions and millions of people. And I've had the privilege to sit down with Holocaust survivors, sit down with 10 women who talked about how in their elder years that they still felt that they lost their childhood because their family had been dragged to a concentration camp, or they lost the relatives that they never had the privilege of growing up with. They felt diminished after all these years of something that happened to them when they were children. And they said, one of them had this chilling statement to me. She says, I'm feeling the same is happening in my country. I'm feeling those same voices of evil and hatred are rising up. And where are people? They are stopping it. That, my friends, is what must call us to action now, because we'll be judged by generations from now on how we stood up to the acts of hatred and the violence that occurs in synagogues and schools, but even on a street, like the young man that Maury Litwack and I had a chance to meet at a synagogue, and also up to the yeshiva. We went over to the yeshiva, and he said to me, my friends tell me that I should not wear my yarmulke walking down the street because it puts a target on me, that someone will attack me, that they might spit on me, they might push me, they might hurt me. My friend says I shouldn't do that. And I said, young man, you must continue to wear your yarmulke and all indications that you are Jewish proudly, because for centuries, anti-Semitism, yes, has been the oldest crime, but it will only stop if we stand up. And we'll protect you, young man. We'll continue to protect you, but wear that with pride, because your ancestors would expect no less. So we must continue to support people like that young man who is carrying on a deep and rich tradition. It took courage for him to continue, and I hope he still does. It takes courage for all of us to go out there. But know that no one is alone. There is strength in numbers. There is a unity that has risen up. And all of us who call out, even people who socialize with athletes and entertainers and break bread and actually have a dinner with people that spew hate as they're walking out the door. You can shake your head and say, my God, what have we become? I won't accept that. I say, who will we be? Not what have we become, who will we be? And we will continue to rise up vocally, call out people on all platforms, and say, this is not what's going to be allowed in our country, and it sure as heck isn't going to happen in the great state of New York. We will continue to rise up, put resources to this challenge, and I think this organization, Rabbi Hauer, this is a tough time, and I thank you and Maury and others for convening us here together, others who've been strong allies. I know Rabbi Indig is here in the audience. I want to thank him. All of us collectively have a moral responsibility, not just to the people of today, but for the next generation, because our progress today will make life easier for our children and grandchildren as they go forth. And what can the state of New York do? Yes, we'll continue to pass laws. Yes, we'll mandate that Holocaust teachings are actually taught in schools instead of checking the box and saying, yes, we took care of that, because I don't remember learning about it in my public school. That says to me something is failing. So we've passed all the legislation to make sure that that education continues. Also, resources to protect targeted sites. We know the vulnerable sites. So we have $50 million available for organizations to apply for to protect the people who gather within. The synagogues, the yeshivas, the community centers. But also, what I want to do is take it one step further. Today I'm announcing that we are having a statewide hate and bias prevention unit that'll be embedded within our Department of Human Rights. And it's not just going to be sitting in a bureaucratic office. This is going to be part of a statewide initiative going to all 62 counties to educate and also be an early warning system. Let people know when you spot this, you see something your child is doing on social media and it concerns you. We can be in the prevention business as well by educating people as to what the signs are. This is going to be a task force that is going to go all over the state of New York and have meetings convened and bring together stakeholders and the trusted voices that can rise up with us. So this is not just a New York City phenomenon. This is going to penetrate throughout the entire state of New York. That's how we change people's hearts and minds. And I'm going to make sure that this organization, newly founded, we're announcing it today, right here, is actually an effective vehicle, an effective instrument for change. So I want to thank all of you for caring enough to come out today. Know that this is not an issue for the Jewish community alone. You have reinforcements. You have friends. You have allies. You have people who are deeply committed to ensuring that we fulfill our moral responsibility. That's exactly what I'm talking about here. This is a moral obligation that each of us, Jewish or non-Jewish, have to lift up the voices of all and to stand when an arm is raised or a voice is spewing out evil words, that we stand up. Even if you're on a subway, you're on a street corner, you see something, my gosh, that could be your own family member, your own child, your own mother, your own grandmother. Stand up, New York. Come on. Stand up together. Call it out. Let us be the model for the rest of the world on what can happen when people band together in a common pursuit of doing simply what's right. And that will define us as New Yorkers going forth from this day. So count me in. I will be there with you every step of the way to protect, unite, call out, and ultimately eradicate anti-Semitism in our lifetime. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, that was the latest from New York Governor Kathy Hochul there, speaking on the rise of anti-Semitism in the state of New York and ways that she hopes to combat it, announcing a statewide initiative to combat anti-Semitism and hate crimes. Now, you may remember back in November, Governor Hochul did announce 2 actions to prevent hate crimes and to protect New Yorkers. The first bill requiring people who were convicted of hate crimes to undergo training on hate crime prevention and education. The second bill launches a statewide campaign run by New York's Division of Human Rights that will promote acceptance, inclusion, tolerance, and understanding of diversity in New Yorkers. So again, if you are just now joining us here at Live Now from Fox, we are listening into this live update from the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. We just witnessed New York State Governor Kathy Hochul speak, and earlier we also heard a few words from the Mayor of New York City, Eric Adams, all speaking on ways that we can combat anti-Semitism. The time is now 10:16. Let's take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time here 10:18 a.m. and we are getting yet another live briefing to our Live Now from Fox desk. Stellantis, which is a company who is considered a leader in the automotive industry, is speaking on their global race to cut emissions to zero. They're saying that this is a vital step in tackling climate change and they aim to be a front runner. So let's go ahead and listen into this live update.
Mark Stewart, I appreciate the hair comment. Many years ago, I used to have hair even longer than his and more curly, but I'm certainly paying the price. And for those of you who care, I actually did trim up my hair this morning just for this event. Valerie Knoll, thanks a lot for putting me last. It's almost impossible to follow County Executive Mark Hackel, but I'll do my best. First, let me recognize the people on our team that have joined us this morning. In the front row, Councilman Mike Radke, Councilman Henry Yanez, Councilwoman Barb Zarko, our Economic Development Advisor Luke Bonner, and our Community Relations Director Melanie Davis. Our Mayor, Michael Taylor, could not be here this morning, but he asked me to extend his regards. He is the lead attorney on a trial starting today, and he sounded pretty excited about it, so I think it's going to go his way. I'm so pleased to represent the city today as we celebrate this incredible commitment to sustainability. And this facility is the perfect choice to make this sort of investment, knowing that sustainability has been in the DNA of this facility. This facility was built to produce jet engines, can you believe that, back in 1953, then missiles. In fact, Mark Stewart, I'll call him Crazy Hair Mark because we have two Marks up here, and then Neat Hair Mark. His mother worked for Chrysler Missile back in the day, so that's pretty cool. It took 70 years, but it was worth the wait to now have the best-in-class Ram pickup produced right here in Sterling Heights. Pretty cool. But on April 30th, 2009, Shap Sustainability suffered a major blow when this plant was scheduled for closure through bankruptcy, as County Executive Hackel alluded to. It was one of the darkest days in our city's history, but we didn't accept that fate. We created a regionalized automotive task force with county representatives, the state and federal legislators, and no surprise, DTE. Together, this task force made a business case to save this facility and bring it back to life. And that's exactly what happened. Old Chrysler paid $20 million to buy this plant back out of bankruptcy. It was the only example nationwide of the 30 or so plants that were closed by GM and Chrysler, the only one that was bought back out of bankruptcy. And it's thanks to the task force and all of you who helped contribute in one way or another. So why was that so important? Why is sustainability so important to this facility? There's over 7,000 employees that work here. And when you think of the economic impact of those 7,000 employees, it's over $1 billion. For every one manufacturing job here, it creates 4 other jobs in the economy. That's the $1 billion impact. That's why sustainability is so important, kind of selfishly from the city's perspective. But the country is better off because of facilities like this. And even beyond this vitally important facility, Sterling Heights takes sustainability very seriously. Thanks to the voters, we've invested $55 million in quality of life services throughout the city centered on sustainability. 24 updated parks, a refrigerated ice rink, a skate park, a new community center, a cleaned up Clinton River where you can canoe and kayak down it every day in the summer months. More bike hike trails and preservation of open spaces. This level of sustainability is important for Stellantis and other employers to ensure that the community in which they invest billions of dollars are places in which their employees want to live and work. But we're not stopping with quality of life investments. We're investing in a new EV charging strategic plan so that vehicles that come out of here have the infrastructure necessary to plug in across Sterling Heights. It'll be a model for cities across the country. And let me just say in closing, experts note that Michigan will become a climate change haven, by 2050, thus becoming one of the most populous states once again in the country. This facility will be celebrating 70 years of existence in 2023. I'm confident, thanks to the strong commitment to sustainability being announced today, that we'll be celebrating SHAP's 100-year anniversary just 30 years from now. So on behalf of the mayor, the city council, and thousands of amazing employees that work here, thank you so much for your commitment to sustainability. We greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
So thanks again, Mark. So before we close out, we want to have a very special video showing Stellantis and DTE. So if we can roll the video, please.
We are listening into this live update from Stellantis, joined by DTE Energy, speaking on how the company aims to be carbon net zero by 2038. Let's stay on the topic of energy because we do have another live event coming to our desk. This one from Detroit, Michigan. We have the United States Department of Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm, and she's speaking on the Biden administration's latest efforts to support the development of America's modern battery industry. Let's listen in live on Unfiltered.
It's going to help create, this announcement alone will help to create 6,000 construction jobs and over 5,000 new operations jobs, high quality operation jobs when these 3 factories are at full capacity. In Michigan, it will mean 2,000 construction jobs and 1,700 permanent operations jobs in Lansing. And now, after last week's historic vote in Ohio, where Ultium workers registered their overwhelming support for UAW representation, we can say with confidence that so many of these jobs are going to be union jobs. And that's just one of many multi-billion-dollar investments in America announced since the president signed his clean energy agenda into law. We know that by 2025, there will be 10 battery factories operating in the United States. By 2025. By 2030 in North America, that capacity will multiply 20-fold. There is just a huge demand and now huge incentives for all of that investment to happen here in America. And that rush into American manufacturing really marks a new chapter for this country's industrial legacy, one that is bursting with potential. We made a bet. We in the Biden-Harris administration made a bet that looking to the future will generate manufacturing jobs here instead of seeing them go offshore to places with low wages. This is bringing manufacturing back and bringing future manufacturing to this country. With the Battery Workforce Initiative and the Loan Programs Office announcement, and now the unionization of the battery plant, those three announcements are terrific news for the future of workers in America. And now it's my pleasure to turn it over to my colleague and my Battery Workforce Initiative partner, Deputy Secretary of Labor, Julie Su.
Thank you so much, Secretary Granholm. Just a point of personal privilege, I had the honor of working with Secretary Granholm before she became the Secretary in my home state of California, where she has done transformative work from Michigan to California. And I've been in the room when I've heard the President say to her that if she was born in the United States, she would be sitting in his seat. So I would like to imagine that that is the country that we live in. It is great to be back in Michigan. It is not a coincidence that we launch this Battery Workforce Initiative here, where Michigan has led the way in so many ways. And this morning, as the Secretary said, we met with business and labor to think about how we are going to build the future of America, a future that is built on clean energy, on good union jobs, on affordable electric vehicles, and on healthy communities. We know that these are not just abstract policy goals. These are real challenges, whether people can fully enjoy safe roads and new bridges and electric vehicle charging stations coast to coast depends on having a good job and the economic security that comes with a good job. Families who turn on the faucet and expect clean drinking water, or sit at their dining room table to get reliable, affordable internet, need to do so in homes where they can afford to pay the rent or the mortgage. And these start with a good job. And so, as the Secretary said, the idea that this is an opportunity to create good jobs across America, including in every community here in Michigan, is not just a matter of it's a good thing to do. It is also the way we answer the question of how are we going to have the workforce to do this work by focusing on good quality union jobs. This is how we make American manufacturing competitive globally. It's also how we make sure that American manufacturing can attract and retain the best talent across the United States. So the Department of Labor is committed to partnering with Secretary Granholm and the entire Department of Energy around the Battery Workforce Initiative and making sure that our workforce system, from educational institutions to training programs, respond to the needs of this industry. And that starts with the kind of labor and management partnerships that have been pioneered here and in other parts of the country, and we can expand them into this industry. It starts with registered apprenticeships, which the Department of Labor stands ready to work with all of the people we met with today to make sure it happens. And it starts with equity, making sure that we tap into the full talent of the American people. And it definitely starts with good quality jobs. So as the Secretary mentioned, workers are voting. They voted at Ultium. They're voting across the country with their feet. They're voting for and standing up for good jobs that can sustain a family and build a path to the middle class. And that's exactly what the President's vision is. That's why our Secretary of Labor, Marty Walsh, launched the Good Jobs Initiative, which is intent on working across the administration to make sure that all of these historic investments are actually creating good jobs. And we're launching a Good Jobs Toolkit to that end because we know that the future of our global future is going to be built by America's workers. So very proud to be part of this, this partnership and stand ready for the work ahead. And with that, I want to turn it over to you've already heard the great Senator Stabenow from the great state of Michigan.
Very much, Deputy Secretary Sue. We're so glad you're in Michigan, and we are so appreciative of your work and Secretary Walsh's work. And of course, Secretary Granholm, who is no stranger to Michigan. And when we were going through some of our toughest times, needing to do the auto rescue, Governor Granholm was there really leading Michigan through this. And it's exciting to be here as we are looking at the next opportunity for us. Now, I want to step back first just for a second and say that it is really exciting for me to look at the fact that in the last 2 years we have created business partnering and with the support of the policies and funding from the federal government. But we have seen 750,000 manufacturing jobs plus, over 750,000 just in the last 2 years. The single largest increase in manufacturing in 30 years was last year. And so this is a very exciting time, and because we make things and grow things in Michigan, that's what we do. I don't think you have an economy unless somebody makes something and somebody grows something, but we make things. And so when we're talking about the future of electric vehicles and so on, we understand that we're talking about Michigan. Yeah, and certainly Senator Peters and I know that as my partner in this. So I will also tell you that it is exciting for me to see the steps we are now taking on infrastructure. I have a Michigan-made EV that's charging right outside this door. I was so excited to walk up and see an actual charging station, and thank everybody for doing that. But we are on the move right now. We are on the move. And so the discussion this morning, talking about workforce, which is critical, is frankly needed because we are making things here. We're going to make these batteries here. That's why we need the workforce. And as the author of the battery production tax credit in the Inflation Reduction Act, the reason I focus as a member of Finance Committee over and over again on production tax credits, it's not enough just to invest. We want to reward production. That's what we want to reward. And that's what we've done now. And we are seeing the whole supply chain, all the wonderful businesses that we have talked to this morning, as well as the UAW, as well as all pieces of the supply chain coming together because we are going to reward making it here, which is very, very important for us as well. I am, Secretary Granholm, very excited about the ATVM program and seeing the investments now that are coming in this because it's another important piece of how we create these jobs here and how we keep the vision going as well. But I will also say that we have so much work on so many different levels to do together on the whole piece. And that's what we talked about with workforce development. We've got to have the workers. We've got to have them trained. We have got to have the kids in school, K-12 education, excited about this industry. This is the future. This is the cool part of things. And we're doing it here, and we need to excite young people to want to be a part of this as well. So whether it's the Inflation Reduction Act, the CHIPS Act, bringing jobs home, what we're doing in infrastructure to give us those investments that allow the charging stations to be all over the state and all over the country, we have a vision in place, and it's not by accident. So I want to thank President Biden. I want to thank our leaders that are here today. This is a vision that has been put together to make sure that we are bringing jobs home and investing in America in good-paying jobs. And I'm excited to see what the future is going to bring for all of us. Now, turn it over to my partner in the United States Senate, who is doing wonderful work, Senator Peters.
Well, thank you, Senator Stabenow. Great to be with you. Great to be in the same place in Michigan. Usually we're separate places, so it's great to be together. But that's because this is so important as to why we're here. And certainly, Deputy Secretary Sue, thank you for being here in Michigan. Thank you for all your work. And Secretary Granholm, this is so great to have you back in Michigan. I've had the pleasure of working with you as governor, as a state senator, and then in part of your administration. And now get to work with you again at the federal level. And certainly your leadership on energy issues was quite apparent throughout your career, so it's great to have you spearheading this initiative as well here in Michigan. As it's been said, and it's clear, we know that the future of transportation in the world is changing dramatically. It's transformative as we move away from internal combustion engines into electric. It's the future that our domestic automakers have fully embraced and are making substantial investments. We know that is where the world is going. We know it's essential for us to deal with climate change and to bring down carbon emissions, and something that's an existential threat to our planet and will be the transportation sector is leaning very heavily into to make sure that we deal with that. We also know that the future of transportation will also involve autonomous vehicles that our domestic automakers are investing heavily in. And with autonomy, all the engineers tell me an electric power plant is the ideal power plant for autonomous as well. So this is where we are going, where the world is going. But we also have to be very conscious of the fact that there's a lot of competition out there for this. And we have folks around the world that are investing heavily in this as well. And right now, some countries have a large share of battery production. China, for example, produces about 70% of batteries. And so we cannot let this development go without responding in kind and with substantial coordinated fashion. And that's what the Biden administration, Biden-Harris administration is doing. It's what we're seeing with this initiative right here. That we have to make sure that it's the United States that is the leader in this technology. It's the United States that leads the world, and jobs are here in our country. We all lived through a horrible pandemic. We saw what happened when to our supply chains in a pandemic when we had highly efficient.
The time is now 10:39 a.m. We're listening in as the Biden administration speaks on ongoing efforts to support America's modern battery industry. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break, and when we return, we'll bring you all a recap of the top stories and major headlines. All right, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We're taking a Live Now look from inside of that Fort Worth courtroom. We have here Aaron Dean, the former Fort Worth police officer, taking the stand in his own defense. Let's listen in.
Yes.
What was it?
Baker 15.
What did Baker 15 roughly entail?
I-35 over to almost 287 on the east side, north to Rosedale and south to Barry.
In addition to a beat designation, did you also, your charger or you yourself, get assigned a call sign for the radio?
Yes.
What are call signs used for?
It's a specific identifier for a specific officer.
Is that how dispatch keeps up with y'all?
Yes.
The night of October 11th when you went on shift, what time was that?
About 7:45 p.m.
Are you the same call sign each and every night?
Yes.
What was your call sign that night?
Baker 325.
Do you remember what Officer Darch's call sign was?
Baker 321.
So you know you may be in a beat of, I think it's B15, is that correct?
Yes.
Your call sign doesn't, the numbers don't match up perfectly, do they? Where you have a 3 series for your call sign.
The first number is the shift, so third shift. The second number is the team, second team, and then the last number is the beat number.
What's third shift to the city of Fort Worth back in 2019 when you were employed?
It's roughly 8 to 6. 8 p.m. to 6 a.m.
When you got to work on Friday night, October the 11th, what was the weather like, if you recall?
It was cold.
Had a front come through?
Yes.
From the time you finished your FTO to the night of Friday, October 11th, approximately how long had you been on the streets by yourself at that point, if you had?
A little over a year.
When did you finish your FTO, do you remember?
Yes.
When was that?
September 1st, 2018.
You go to duty that night, do you have, in the military they call it a quartermaster, you have a distinctive uniform on that night, correct?
Yes.
Are you, how's it work for the city of Fort Worth? Do you have to buy your uniforms? Are you given your uniforms?
You're given 2 pairs of shirt and pants. There is an approved list then and an approved list of vendors. So an approved list of items and an approved list of vendors, and then you have to go purchase after that.
Can I coach with you, Sean?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Dean, I'm going to show you what's been marked and admitted as Defense 28. Is that how you looked on the going to work on the night of October 11th, 2019?
Yes.
The watch cap, is that something that was on the approved list for you to wear that day?
Yes.
And what does the watch cap have on the front of it?
In silver letters, silver lettering, it has the letters FWPD.
Is that an acronym for something?
Yes.
What's that an acronym of?
Fort Worth Police Department.
The jurors have had a chance to be in the building the last couple of weeks and see officers. We see officers in public. There's different ways to wear Kevlar at the city of Fort Worth at the Sheriff's Department. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
By the time you went through the academy, it's pretty much understood you have to wear Kevlar if you're going to be an officer, correct?
Yes.
What are the different ways that you can wear as a patrol officer at Fort Worth Kevlar?
There's a vest that straps on under your uniform shirt, and there's one that goes on over the uniform shirt.
On the night of October 11th, which configuration did you have?
I had the inner vest, the one that goes inside the uniform shirt.
So as Officer Darch testified last week in her Class A uniform, that's a similar type top that you had on that's in that exhibit, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And you had your badge that was your number, your badge number affixed to your front of your pocket on the left-hand side, is that correct?
Yes.
Is there a place where that goes through? Is it stitched into the shirt where you pin it on the same place each time?
Yes.
If you look at the exhibit in front of you, it also appears to have a nameplate on your right-hand side, is that correct?
Yes.
And is that made out of a reflective metallic material as well?
Yes.
Anything wrong with how that's depicted? That's how you were that night, correct?
It is.
The night, October 11th, 2019, going into Saturday morning, early hours Saturday morning, the incident that we're here to talk about in trial, this wasn't the only call for service you had worked that night, correct?
No.
How does an officer, once you put your uniform on, do you put it on at the station? Do you go to a station? How's that shift start?
There are options. Officers can put their uniform on at home and come in dressed, or they can dress at the station.
Which did you do that night?
I dressed at the station.
And just roughly, where was your station that night? Where did you go from?
It's at Hemp Hill and Magnolia.
Across from Paris Coffee Shop?
Yes.
Do you, is there a roll call still? Is that, we see it on TV, is there still roll calls at departments?
Yes.
You take a roll call briefing and then what happens?
Then you go out and find a car, and then start your shift. Go take calls.
You have to log into the computer,
Yes.
and is based on your login that's unique to you, they know where your call sign is for the night.
Yes.
How does an officer such as yourself on patrol on third shift in the Central District get calls?
They're dispatched over the radio or through the computer, usually both.
When you're dispatched to a call, do you consider that an order?
Yes.
You're ordered to go take care of something.
Yes.
I laid a second exhibit up there, Aaron, when I went up there. Can you tell me what the defendant number is?
29.
Defendant's 29, that's some shorthand, is it not?
Yes, it is.
Is defendant's 29 the information that you received to dispatch you to a certain location?
Yes.
What was the address of that dispatch?
1203 East Allen Avenue.
Do they tell you what priority level call it is as part of your dispatch or what you can see on the MDC?
Yes.
And if it, not this one, but if it was a priority one call, that's what gives you the permission to turn your lights and sirens on, correct?
Yes.
The department has procedures for how all that takes place.
Yes.
Priority two, you know there's got to be a second officer, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you see who's going to be your assist when you're assigned the call, or how do you go about learning that if you do it all before you get there?
There's a couple ways. One will be the dispatcher will call it out over the radio. If they don't assign someone immediately, sometimes another officer says, calls up and says, so-and-so, I'll go with them. Or it's dispatched directly onto the computer and you can see who's going along with you.
Do you recall this night whether it was the dispatch ordered to, or did somebody volunteer to go with you?
Officer Darch called out, Baker 321, I'll go with him.
So that assigns her to the case, to the call sheet as well, is that correct?
Yes.
When you, did you make it right to the residence?
No.
Who arrived first?
Officer Darch did.
Dean, when you got there, was Officer Darch in her vehicle still, out of her vehicle, or something else?
She was already out of her vehicle.
And where did you park?
Right behind her on the west side of Mississippi Avenue facing south.
You just told us the call was on a different street.
Yes, the call was at 1203 East Allen. We were parked at the intersection of Allen and Mississippi, just south of Allen Avenue.
Aaron, why did you park there?
Well, I was meeting up for two reasons. One, I was meeting up with Officer Darch, but we also don't want to park directly in front of a call location.
Why?
Because we don't want to give away our position to a criminal actor who might be on scene. It's for officer safety.
Is there a term or a phrase in Fort Worth, your beat, your sheet?
Yes.
That doesn't equate to your beat, your lead, though, does it?
Usually it does.
Darch was already out looking for the address, correct?
She was.
Y'all have worked together before.
We have.
Any issue with that?
Not at all.
Besides, you got the wrong house.
Right.
Did y'all come back to the car, either yours or hers, and figure out what the address should be?
Yes.
From where you're at Mississippi with your cars, because you're parked right next to each other?
Yes.
So you're behind Darch?
Yes.
Where do you and Carol walk next?
We walked across the street from the southwest corner of Allen, Mississippi to the northwest corner of that intersection.
You walk on the sidewalks, or how do you go back? What's your training tell you for how you move up to a location?
It depends on the situation. In this case, we walked across the sidewalk until we got to about the property line of 1203, and then we cut across the grass.
Why do you cut across the grass instead of making a turn and going up the driveway or a sidewalk if a house has it?
So that a possible criminal actor inside the house isn't seeing us walk straight up to him, up the front door, up the front porch.
When you're walking up to this location that night, are you using your training and experience to get there?
Yes.
Are you using your sensory perception?
Yes.
What are you seeing, what are you hearing as you walk up?
The street was dark. The residents at 1203 East Allen had, I could see the front door open and light spilling out of that front door. So there were lights on inside. I remember it being quiet. I really don't remember hearing much of anything.
As that house on East Allen sits, the front door faces south, correct?
Yes, it does.
You told us earlier that it's cool and the wind's coming from the north, the cold front had come through.
Yes.
Could you hear anything from across the street at all with the wind the way it was blowing?
Not likely.
You've had a chance to look at the photos that have been admitted, and there is a empty field. If you're facing this address, there's an empty field to the right.
Yes.
You've looked at the street light there in the crime scene photos, and it appears out with some wire wound up high on it.
Yes.
Was that light operational that night when you were out there?
No, it was dark when we got there.
When you, Aaron, when you and Carol walk up to the front door, do you stand right in front of the door?
Not if you can help it.
Why?
Because for officer safety.
When you look in, do you look in the front door, the addressable side, the front side of the house?
Yes.
What observations do you make, if any?
I observed that the storm door, the glass door was shut. The inner door was open. Objects were just strewn about inside. I could see kind of straight back to what looked like a dining table, a little bit of living area, and a kitchen. I could see objects just strewn all over the floor. It looked ransacked. It was a mess.
The call details that you have in front of you, I believe one of the lines that the call taker gave dispatch and then ultimately you is that door that you're looking at was never open. Is that correct?
Yes.
What was going through your mind at this point?
That we had a possible burglary at that time.
Did you take steps to record evidence at that point?
Yes, I did.
Explain that to the jury.
Fort Worth police officers are equipped with what's called an Axon Flex 2 camera. It's a body-worn camera. There are several different ways to wear that camera. Some officers get glasses. You can wear it on your shoulder, which is what I did. I had it mounted on my shoulder. And there's a little control pack for it as well. It's a battery and an on-off switch and a record and mute switches. And I carry that on my belt in front of me. So I saw all of these things going on inside and looked down to make sure it was on. It was not, so I flipped it on and started recording.
Aaron, is it a wireless connection from your shoulder to your utility belt?
No.
Is it a cable connection?
It is a cable connection.
So you have a lot of stuff underneath your uniform shirt then. You have the vest plus the wire?
Yes.
What do you do next, Aaron?
We then stepped around to the side door to see more of the house. As I stepped to the side door, I took a quick peek at the car that was sitting there. I didn't see anybody in it. I looked through that side door. First, on the door itself, there was some of the frame looked like on the screen was kind of pulled apart. Looking through the door now, I could see more of the living area and more of the kitchen. And again, there were just items just spilled everywhere. Kitchen cabinets and drawers were open, and items all over the counter. It looked like items had been pulled out. It looked like someone had gone through the cabinets and the drawers looking for valuables to steal.
Based on your training under the general orders, how are you supposed to run a Signal 56?
Well, you're supposed to examine the whole structure for signs of forced entry. So you're gonna walk around the structure and look for signs of forced entry.
Tell me about this screen you just mentioned. What do you mean by that it looked like it wasn't intact?
I don't recall noticing much about the screen itself. It's just the frame. It looked like over something around the edge of the frame was just kind of pulled back.
At the base of the door, did you make any other observations?
Yes, I observed a screwdriver laying there and some lawn equipment.
Why would a screwdriver catch your attention on an open structure call?
It could be an implement of burglary, something to pry a door or a screen off with.
What did you and Carol do next, sir?
We continued on around the house because the procedure says we have to inspect the structure. So we continued on towards the back of the house, towards the backyard.
You've been on the streets for approximately a year by yourself at this time, a little over a year. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you had time under your field training time to be on the streets with other officers. Is that correct?
Yes.
Prior to the night of October 11th, had you had an occasion to look at what your camera had recorded in the past with you?
Yes.
And you know that your camera that you had on that night was capable of recording audio and video, correct?
Yes.
Did the camera always capture what you saw?
No.
Did the camera always record what you spoke or heard?
No.
For the jury's benefit, the picture of you that night, Officer Darch, I believe, testified last week that y'all are wearing a Motorola handheld radio at some point on your belt, correct?
Yes.
And am I right that it loops behind you and hooks onto the front of your shirt?
Yes.
From that mic that's there in front of you, you could key that with one hand, yes?
Yes.
Does it also have an earpiece that goes back to your ear if you so choose to do that?
Yes.
So any broadcast or any communication, you're really, if somebody's talking to you and the radio might be talking, you're listening with one ear.
Yes.
As you're past the second door at this point, are you and Darch whispering to each other?
Yes. She whispered to me.
Why are you whispering? Why aren't we carrying on a conversation at this level?
Because we don't want to hear we don't want a burglar, a potential burglar, to hear us and attack us.
Do you whisper outside of domestic violence calls when you're standing outside?
Yes.
Why do you do it then?
2 reasons. One, we don't want an actor to attack us. We also don't want someone to hear us and then attack their significant other.
Is there a third reason, maybe to gather intelligence?
Yes.
When you're listening, did you hear anything other than Darch whispering back to you?
I heard something knock, bump. At the time, I wasn't sure what it was.
The call details in front of you say there's 2 vehicles that are in the driveway. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
As a patrol officer, can you just take what you're given for granted, just dismiss the vehicles and focus on the structure itself?
No.
Why not?
Well, we just don't know what's going on there. And, a caller, it's just basic human perception, right? Sometimes we don't always see everything that's going on. Sometimes we make mistakes, but a caller doesn't necessarily know everything that's going on. And they call us out there to go take care of something. And so we need all that information that we can get about what's going on scene in order to make both safe decisions and to make the legal decision, make the proper legal decision.
So how do you have to address those 2 vehicles in the driveway?
We have to clear them. We have to look inside to see if someone's there.
You don't, when you say clear, you don't open them, do you?
No.
How do you look inside?
Just shine a flashlight inside and see if there's someone in there.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Did you and Carol, did you stay together, or what happens at that point? Where are you taking through from where you just left the screwdriver in that area? Do you have to step across anything?
Stepped across a weed eater, yes.
You've got to clear these 2 vehicles. That's the discussion you all have.
Yes.
How do you, as a team, go about doing that?
One of us goes down one side, the other one goes down the other side.
Who went left, who went right?
Officer Darch went left and I went right.
What's ahead of you when you get down to the second vehicle?
The detached garage at 1203 East Allen.
Can you tell the members of the jury, because Darch doesn't have her camera on that night, correct?
Yes, correct. That's correct.
Where was Darch as you guys are clearing the vehicle?
Off to my left.
Could you see her?
Yes.
What was the visibility out there for you that night? We've talked about it being dark and you've seen your camera. Could you see better than your camera?
Yes, a little.
You get to the detached garage, what do you do next, Darren?
I took a quick look at the garage door. It didn't seem to be, none of that seemed to be broken into. Then I looked towards the left, towards the gate.
Describe the gate for the members of the jury.
It was a standard privacy fence gate, say 6-ish feet high, hinged on the left with standard off-the-shelf Home Depot hinges and a latch. Again, it just looked like a run-of-the-mill everyday gate.
You're at the gate on the latch side then?
Yes.
Officer Darch is on the hinge side,
Yes.
and you have a motor vehicle right there, correct?
Correct.
You heard last week from Officer Valderas, we don't know exactly how wide the gate is, do we?
No.
Was it tight quarters right there?
Yes.
Part of your training and tactics that are taught by the city of Fort Worth is when you're going into an opening with two officers, two or more, is there a crossover technique that's taught at the academy?
Yes.
Can you explain that to the members of the jury?
The person standing on the left side of the opening goes to the right on the inside, and the person standing to the right of the opening goes to the left on the inside.
Because of your position at the gate, you're going left, Darch is going right.
Yes.
Had you completed your investigation before you opened that gate?
No, we had not.
When you open the gate, take the members of the jury forward from there.
So I opened that gate with my handheld flashlight, took a quick look to the left, and observed the back of the house with a window and an air conditioning unit to the side. The window was pretty much right up against the fence. Quick look to the right just to make sure there was nobody standing there, and then moved on into the left.
Could you sense or feel that your partner, Carol Darch, was coming in and covering your backside?
Yes.
Part of your training, what you're responsible for the left-hand side when you go in. What observations are you making at that point?
As I said, there's a window and the air conditioning to the right and the fence immediately to the left. Was looking at the window to see if it appeared, signs of forced entry. The screen appeared intact, but I leaned down to look for jimmy marks or something like that. And at that point, I also peered inside the window just to see if objects were broken or messed up in there, or if there was someone in there.
You have your gun drawn when you go through the gate?
No, I did not.
You know if Officer Darch did?
I believe she did, yes.
Is there a reason why she had hers drawn and you didn't?
I can only speak for myself. There's training about doing a general area search, and you don't do that with your weapon out. You do it with your handheld flashlight.
Aaron, when you looked into the window, did anything catch your eye?
Yes.
Can you explain that to the jury?
As I looked through that window, low in the window, I observed a person. Couldn't tell black, white, male, female. I saw the torso horizontal, bent over, horizontal, and could see about this much up on the arm, and then about the same on the leg, just the upper leg to the hip. And the upper arms, I could tell there was movement, like the upper arms were moving, like someone was reaching for something or grasping.
Did this torso, this silhouette, is it okay to use silhouette?
Silhouette, yes.
Were they near the window or away from the window based on what you could see at the time?
Very close to the window.
You've seen your video.
Yes.
Are you able to see into the room where the camera cannot?
Yes.
When you see this silhouette of the torso, would you say it is an adult torso or a juvenile torso?
It was an adult torso.
Aaron, when you see that adult torso at the window, what do you do?
Well, I thought we had a burglar, so I stepped back, straightened up, and drew my weapon, and then pointed it towards the figure. I couldn't see that person's hands, and we're taught that the hands, and it's what's in them that kill. But we need to see the hands. We need to get people to show us our hands and get control of those hands. So I drew my weapon, intending to tell that person to show me their hands.
In your training at the academy and your training at the Fort Worth range, you've gone through a lot of drills to develop what they would call muscle memory. Is that safe to say for officer survival?
Yes.
Is that part of the training curriculum?
Yes.
Why is muscle memory and repetitive action, especially when you're dealing with a level 3 holster, so important to an officer's survival?
Because of the holster safety features that have to be deactivated, and also because police work by its nature is reactive. In other words, we're always responding to something, and we're taught that action always beats reaction, so we often end up behind whatever someone else is doing.
You, at this point, have unholstered your weapon, is that correct?
Yes.
Is there a point or a series of frames on your video where the video just goes dark at this point?
Yes.
Why did the video just go dark, if you know? Where did your light source go?
I think my thumb came off of my switch on my handheld light because I had it in the momentary position, and that was before I got my weapon light on.
Back to that muscle memory, is there a sequence that you're taught on how to unholster that weapon and turn the rail light system on that's approved?
Yes.
Can you explain that to the members of the jury?
You're supposed to turn that weapon mounted light on with your offhand.
You just demonstrated some stuff in the courtroom. Would it be easier to show the members of the jury?
Probably, yes.
May I approach her?
Yes, sir.
Do you need me to stand?
No, not yet. Aaron, I've just handed you a flashlight. It's a stream light, is that correct?
Yes.
And is that your stream light?
Yes, it is.
And is that a rechargeable light that officers are allowed to carry?
Yes.
Now, does that stream light have several different buttons on it?
Yes.
It has 2, does it not?
It has 1.
Okay. Yours is only on in the back?
Yes.
That button has a couple of different functions then, is that correct?
Yes, it does.
What do you mean by momentary on? And if you would, if you're going to just energize it, point it toward the judge's smartboard. What do you mean by momentary on?
Momentary means you slightly depress it and it only comes on for a moment. If you let the pressure off, it comes off. It turns off.
And is there a way to click it and turn it all the way on?
Yes.
Okay. When you were going around, if the jury looks at the exhibit again, the video, when you shine your light on and off, that's you toggling the back of that light with your left hand?
Yes.
You mentioned an offhand. Is there a primary hand for your firearm at the academy?
Yes.
Are you right-handed or left-handed?
I'm right-handed.
So that would be your firearm hand, your right hand, correct?
Yes.
So your offhand would be the one that your stream light that you just showed the jury against the judge's smartboard?
Yes.
And how are you taught to turn on the light system? If it were on my rubber gun here, how are you taught to turn on the light system here?
To use this hand to do it.
So if I have this, if I have your flashlight in my left hand, how am I supposed to, what are you supposed to do? If the flashlight's not in my hand, is there a switch on your rail light?
Yes.
Is it like a flapper switch that comes down?
Yes.
Is it on both sides?
Yes, it is.
Were you able to turn it on the left-hand side?
I was not.
How did you turn on your light's on from the video. How did you turn it on?
Once I realized I wasn't able to get it on with my offhand, I reached up with my trigger finger and flipped it on.
Explain that to me.
Well, since it rocks on both sides, I came up, was trying to get it on, it wouldn't come on, and so I just reached up. I keep my trigger finger off the trigger until I'm ready to shoot anyway, so it would have been up on the frame of the weapon, and then just reached and flipped that light switch on.
When both of the lights came on, were you able to see more depth of field inside that room?
Depth of field meaning into the room? No, I really only saw up close. I really didn't see much back in the room.
Did the silhouette to you, Aaron, in your eyes take up most of the window?
Yes.
I think you told the jury you've taken a step back. You've unholstered your weapon. What are you doing at this point?
Well, as I said, I needed to see that person's hands, because the hands carry weapons. The hands are the threat to us. So I looked back after I got my light on, saw the silhouette again, and I was shouting at this time, shouting commands. Put up your hands. Show me your hands. Show me your hands. And as I started to get that second phrase out, show me your hands, I saw the silhouette. I was looking right down the barrel of a gun. And when I saw the barrel of that gun pointed at me, and I fired a single shot from my duty weapon, and immediately had the flash from the muzzle reflecting off the window, and of course, as my weapon recoiled, the light was bouncing back in my face, so I couldn't see. When my vision cleared, then I observed the person that we now know as Miss Jefferson. I heard her scream and saw her fall like this, and I knew that I'd shot that person.
Aaron, when you first picked up this firearm pointed at you, how close to the window were you?
Picked up, you mean saw?
Yes, sir.
Visually picked up. Very close. Not any more than arm's length.
This may be an obvious question, but I need to ask you. You see the weapon. Is it in the silhouette's hand? What do you see?
I just saw the silhouette of the person and the gun. I don't recall seeing hands, but I did see that weapon pointed at me.
You're not saying the gun's on the floor?
No, the gun was pointed directly at me.
And about how high up on the silhouette was the gun in your mind when you're looking at this?
Maybe mid-chest, I'm not sure.
shoot firearm out at this point. Is that true?
Yes.
You're giving or in the process of giving commands. And why didn't you let the commands finish out?
Because we're taught to meet deadly force with deadly force. We're not taught that we have to wait. Anytime we have a threat of deadly force, we can use deadly force to defend ourselves or someone else from that threat of deadly force.
Where's Carol at this point when you discharge your weapon?
She was directly behind me.
What happened next in your mind, Aaron?
I heard Officer Darch call out, "Shots fired," just like you're supposed to. And I started to call out as well. Baker 325, shots fired, shots fired. Started supervisor, and in MedStar code, I wanted medical attention there immediately. I turned to run around to start giving medical aid and get inside this house. And I thought, wait a second, I still don't know. All I've seen is a person. I don't know anything else about what's going on in that room. So I ran back up to the window to see if I could see anything else. I observed the person, obviously we now know it's Miss Jefferson, laying face down on the floor. And I really couldn't see anything else in the room. And Officer Darch said, "We got to get in there, we got to get in there." And I said, "Yeah." And I tried to even jerk at the window just to get right inside. But it wouldn't come up, so we started running around the house, through the gate and around.
Aaron, when you get back to the front door that's never open, is that the door you go in?
Yes.
At this point, at the academy, when you're at the range, are you wearing ear protection?
Yes.
Discharge of the weapon is a loud event, would you agree?
Yes.
When you're under a lot of stress, there's what's called auditory exclusion as well?
Yes.
And you're trained on that at the academy, correct?
We are.
That's hard to simulate at the academy, would you agree?
It is.
And did you make any observations about yourself at that point? Can you hear what's going on around you?
I could hear people on the radio in my ear, but I don't remember hearing anything else.
This former police officer who is facing murder charges for the shooting death of Atiana Jefferson back in October of 2019 has taken the stand in his own defense. We've been listening in here this morning on Live Now from Fox. I am sending some viewers out to a 2-minute break.
I asked her if she had one of the TAC med bags. She said she didn't, so I started making plans to find objects in the room to start rendering emergency aid until MedStar got there. And at that point, the radio's just blowing up, and they're asking me questions, and people are saying they're coming, and I'm trying to respond, and we get to the door, and dispatch asked me some other question, and I started to try to respond, and I was like, forget it, we got to go. We got to get inside this house and see what else is going on there, and render aid to this person. So we get inside, and I let the radio go, and then we start shouting commands and fast clearing, which is just looking just as fast as we can, but safely moving through and observing into each of the rooms and the halls and everything, just to see if there's somebody there. And we got to that back bedroom. And as we moved through the house, all of the rooms, they were all a mess. Everything was a mess in that house, just objects everywhere, objects all over the floor, all over the furniture. It looked trashed. It looked like somebody had just gone through everything. And I get to that back bedroom, and off to my right, I see a kid. Of course, we know it's Zion. And I'm thinking, who brings a kid to a burglary? What is going on? I see a dog. And at that point, I was just like, never mind. Forget what else. You got darts. Just shut up and work. Shut up and work. Get the weapon. Render aid to her. Get the weapon. Render aid to the person. And I remember going over to the person laying on the floor and saw the weapon between her feet. And I remember putting my gloves on and then picking up the weapon. And at this point, I could hear Officer Dart saying something to Zion. Of course, you know, we now know from the video, he says, I don't want to go to jail. She tells him, don't worry, you're not going to jail. Of course, I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself, Judge. I didn't actually hear all that at the time. Just processing everything.
And there was talk last week when Carol was here testifying that she had an attorney named Terry Daffron. You know Terry?
Yes.
And as part of your training at the academy, Ms. Daffron came and lectured y'all.
Yes.
As part of the faculty that came and taught you.
Yes.
And she gave recommendations for how to handle and not handle evidence in a scene, correct?
Correct.
She told you not to touch anything.
Correct.
Your instructors are the final word, though, on your training, correct?
They are.
In your survival week training, did you get yelled at for not removing the weapon from a suspect that was down?
I did.
That have a lasting impression on you of what you're supposed to do for officer safety?
Yes, it did.
What are you trained to do to get weapons away from anyone?
Just to move that weapon away from the person, from any person.
Prior to doing anything else?
Prior to doing anything else.
You locate this weapon. Is it a firearm?
Yes.
You locate it near Miss Jefferson's feet.
Yes.
And I believe you, what do you do with it at that point?
I picked it up just to move it away from her, and as I picked it up, I saw a green laser tracing across the white wall. And
Is that your concern at that point, though?
no, I'm just getting it away from that person.
You know from what's blowing up in your ear, because we can't hear the radio traffic as it sits on your body-worn camera, that the cavalry is coming behind you.
Yes.
What precautions, how are you trained to render first aid? You're not a paramedic, correct?
Correct.
Are you a basic EMT?
No.
What sort of first aid have you had in the academy?
CPR and then bleed stoppage on bullet wounds and knife wounds.
There's discussion on the video, your video, about a trauma kit. Is that, am I using the proper term?
Yes.
A week or so prior to October 11th, did your trauma kit come up missing in your patrol vehicle in the shift?
Yes.
Did you put a request in for a new one?
Yes, that Monday I had sent an email request, so this was Friday, but that Monday, yes, I put in a replacement request.
From having watched your video, the two officers that come in behind you that have a little bit more advanced training, they have one of the kits with them, correct?
Yes.
How is time in your perception at this point?
Things unfolding very, very rapidly.
Why do you put gloves on?
Officer safety, it's protection from, any pathogens or anything like that.
Is that how you're trained at the academy to handle fluids?
Yes, it is.
And you know that you shot this lady?
Yes.
And you've done a visual exam and you know she's gravely wounded?
Yes.
At the time that you're in the room ammunition inside the room, other than your flashlight?
There was a pair of computer monitors on a desk to the left, and then there's a television up on a shelf of some sort to the right.
Lighting for the room only comes on when the additional units come in, is that correct?
Correct.
Is part of your training at the academy officers that are involved inside the critical incident themselves are usually moved away by the additional units. Is that safe to say?
Yes.
You're told to politely move out of the way. They're very frank with you. You recall that?
Yes.
And they get on to tending to Miss Jefferson.
Yes.
Had, at that point, you're the one with knowledge of the weapon found at Miss Jefferson's feet, correct?
Yes.
Had you rendered that weapon safe yet?
No, not yet.
What does it mean to render a weapon safe?
To remove any ammunition from that weapon. So on a semi-automatic pistol such as that, you're going to remove the magazine and remove any live rounds in the chamber.
You were proficient on October 11th into the 12th on how a semi-automatic handgun worked, correct?
Yes.
Were you able to make any observations as to the cartridge setup on that gun that was at Miss Jefferson's feet?
Yes, it had a magazine inserted into the magazine well, and it had one round in the chamber.
And were you able to clear that round from the chamber?
Yes.
The state last week offered some exhibits of the gun as is, I believe, by the front door. You didn't place the gun at the front door, did you?
No.
On video, do you recall seeing you hand the gun, the magazine, and a live round to another officer?
Yes.
Do you recall that officer's name?
Officer Gilbert.
When you're in the hallway outside the room where Miss Jefferson and Mr. Carr were, you're observed on your body worn trying to deactivate a laser system on the weapon. You recall that?
Yes.
Though Streamlight made your light system, they made her light system, they activate differently, correct?
Yes.
If I understand, where yours has a paddle, hers had buttons on either side. Do you recall that?
Some sort of a button switch, yes.
Were you able ultimately to get the laser off that night?
Yes, I fiddled around with it till I found the switch and turned it off.
You had a sergeant that night for your beat in Central, correct?
Yes.
That Sergeant Horner?
Yes.
Any doubt that who's in charge at that scene once she gets there?
No.
She takes you and buddies you up with somebody. What's that all about?
That's for two reasons. One, it's preservation of evidence. You sit in a car and you don't talk to anybody. You're put with another officer for your mental care. It's a traumatic event, shooting someone, and over the years, departments across the U.S. have discovered that it's a better practice not to just shut an officer alone in a car. So they put someone with them, and you talk about sports, you talk about food, you talk about your family, you talk about anything and everything but the incident.
At some point, you're there at the scene in this car with this buddy for a long period of time.
Yes.
Who was the officer?
Officer Fuller.
Chief Krause came out, talked to you, asked you how you're doing.
Yes.
Other command staff came out and checked on you.
Yes.
At some point, are you directed, and Officer Fuller drive you to 1000 Calvert, the old training academy?
Yes.
just over here on the other side of the river.
Yes.
Is that where Major Case is?
Yes.
Prior to getting to Major Case, had a lieutenant from your patrol division taken your particular camera from you?
Yes.
Can you explain that to the members of the jury?
Lieutenant Halford came and got my body camera, just the camera unit itself that unplugs from the cable, and that he took it back to the sector to put it on the dock, which is both the battery charging unit and the data streaming unit, and he wanted to get that data captured right away. He wanted that video uploaded right away.
So if in an audit trail it shows where it was uploaded, that's how it came to be uploaded at that particular time and date?
Yes.
The camera that you're wearing in the picture then, that's before you in evidence,
Yes.
is that your camera or one that's identical to yours in the photo?
It's an identical one from another officer.
The pictures to reflect how you looked when you were there at the scene, correct?
Yes.
When, is it Detective Roloff that he takes?
Thank you again to all of our viewers watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. We have been listening into this trial as this former police officer is taking the stand in his own defense. He's speaking about that deadly shooting that happened back in October of 2019. But I want to make a note, as soon as it does start, we are going to be taking that press conference. Coming to us from Miami, Florida, we're going to be hearing from FBI officials after yesterday's arrest of the bomb maker for that Pan Am Flight 103, the Lockerbie bombing that happened back in 1988. It did kill 259 people aboard the plane, another 11 on the ground. It remains the deadliest terror attack on British soil. So as soon as that press conference does start, you can see some folks starting to get ready. Of course, we're going to be taking that live and in full for you here on Live Now from Fox. Some viewers are going to be seeing a 2-minute break.
Tell if it were, and you may have already answered this, a male or a female, or you didn't know?
I didn't know.
You didn't know if it was a male or a female. Could you tell if it was what race or skin tone the individual had?
No.
And with our viewers who are not in that 2-minute break, let's go ahead and listen in to what this woman has to say about that deadly attack. Again, Lockerbie back in 1988. Let's listen in live, raw and unfiltered.
What's that?